In this lecture, we're going to be looking at 7 words connected with materials. And here are the 7 words: dense, porous, permeable, fibre, constituent, raw, and debris. And here's the first word: dense. Dense. Something that is dense contains a lot of things or a lot of people in a very small area. So, for example, where Bucharest now stands, there was once a large, dense forest. So the forest had lots and lots of trees in a small, packed tightly together. Singapore is an area of dense population. Small mammals, such as mice, like to live in dense undergrowth. So you can have, for example, a dense forest, dense population, a dense crowd, dense foliage. Foliage is undergrowth, vegetation, small plants, or the branches of trees as well. Densely is the adverb. And some synonyms for dense: compressed, thick, heavy, overcrowded, especially with populations of people. Here's the next word: porous. Porous. Something that is porous has lots of small holes in it, which water and air can pass through. So, for example, the local limestone is highly porous. Rough, porous surfaces will soak up paint more quickly than smooth, sealed surfaces. The porous rock in the area leads to the creation of many small streams. So you can have porous rock, a porous surface, porous material, and something can be highly porous. And some synonyms for porous: absorbent, penetrable, and permeable. Permeable, and here is the word permeable. Very similar to porous. So if a substance is permeable, something such as water or gas can pass through it or soak into it. So, for example, a number of products have been developed which are permeable to air and water. Permeable membranes are thought to have tiny pores which allow the rapid flow of water, and the rainfall quickly soaked into the permeable rock. So things can be permeable to something. Permeable to water. You can have a permeable membrane, permeable material. And some synonyms: porous, sponge-like, and absorbent. The next word is fibre. Fibre. So a fibre is a thin thread, a thin strand of a natural or artificial substance, especially one that is used to make cloth or rope. So cloth, and in the picture, rope, is made of lots of small fibres. This is the British English spelling, and the American English spelling has ER on the end, but the pronunciation is the same: fibre. If you look at paper under a microscope, you will see the fibres. There is a variety of coloured fibre in the cloth. Experts warn that inhaling just one asbestos fibre can cause cancer. So you can have a carbon fibre, a muscle fibre, a man-made fibre, and things contain fibres. So paper contains fibres. That's the plural. And for synonyms: thread, tissue, strand. And the next word is constituent. Constituent. A constituent of a mixture or a substance or a system is one of the things from which it is made. So, for example, caffeine is the active constituent of coffee. Coffee is made up partly of caffeine. The main constituents were lemon juice and syrup. These constraints force its constituent materials, so its constituent minerals, to change their atomic structure. And some common collocations: a constituent of something, a major constituent, an active constituent, and a constituent part. And some synonyms for constituent: element, component, ingredient, and part. Here's the next word: raw. Raw. Raw materials or raw substances are in their natural state before being processed or being used in manufacturing. So here you have a photograph of some raw corn. So, for example, we import raw materials and export mainly manufactured goods. In the port are 2 ships carrying raw sugar from Cuba. The raw sewage from the pipes had leaked into the river. So we talk about raw materials, raw sewage, raw sugar, raw cotton. And some synonyms for raw: untreated, unprocessed, basic, crude, and natural. The next word is debris. Debris. Debris is pieces from something that's been destroyed, or pieces of rubbish or unwanted material that has usually spread around over an area. So here you have a building being demolished, being destroyed. There's lots of debris from the building spread around this site, bricks and wood. For example, rescue workers routed traffic around the debris from the explosions. If you have an explosion, if a bomb goes off, you will have lots of debris. A number of people were killed by flying debris. Road sweepers cleared the street of debris. So you can have debris from something. You can clear debris. Floating debris on water. Debris is scattered. And here are the synonyms for debris: waste, rubbish, rubble, remains, junk, wreckage. So there are your 7 materials words: dense, porous, permeable, fibre, constituent, raw, and debris. In this video, we're going to be looking at words connected with maths, with mathematics. And here are your 7 words: constant, deduct, integer, fraction, median, mean, theorem. And your first word is constant. Constant. A constant is a thing or a value that always stays the same. It never changes. So, for example, the speed of light is a constant. It never changes. So, for example, the constants of nature are certain numbers that describe the laws of physics. 2 significant constants have been found in a number of research studies. The most widely known constant is the speed of light. So you can have a constant of something, a fundamental constant, that's a basic constant, a universal constant, a mathematical constant. And here's your next word, deduct. Deduct. When you deduct an amount from a total, you subtract it from the total. You take it away from the total. So, for example, the company deducted this payment from his compensation. Up to 5% of marks will be deducted for spelling mistakes. Taxes will be automatically deducted at the end of the month. So you can deduct from a salary, for example. You can have tax deductions automatically deducted. And deduct is a verb, so deducts, deducting, deducted. And deduction is the noun. A deduction. Some synonyms: subtract, remove, withdraw. And your next word is integer. Integer. An integer is an exact whole number. It's a whole number, such as 1, 7, 24, 573,463,278. It's a whole number, as opposed to a number with fractions or decimals. So, for example, prime numbers are positive integers that can only be divided by themselves and 1. They asked patients to score the degree of discomfort on a 0 to 6 integer scale. Choose an integer between 1 and 9. So you can choose an integer. You can have a positive integer, a negative integer, and an integer scale. So integers is the plural, of course. And some synonyms: whole number, digit. And when you don't have a whole number, when you don't have an integer, you often have a fraction. So a fraction is part of a whole number. And it also suggests part of a thing, such as a cake, a fraction of a cake. So, for example, only a fraction of the work was completed on time. A quarter, or 1/4, is a fraction. Multiply the fraction by a whole number. So you can have a fraction of something, a small fraction, a tiny fraction, and you can represent a fraction with a picture, perhaps. So fractions. And some synonyms for fraction: portion, chunk, part. And your next word is median. Median. The median value of a set of numbers is the middle number when they are arranged in order. So, if you have the numbers 2, 3, 6, 9, and 10, the median is 6. It's the middle in a range of numbers which is in order. For example, the median sentence for hard drugs offences increased from 150 days in 1982 to 240 in 1986. Note that the median price for new homes has slipped. I think that's a good thing, really. And the median age for retirement has increased to 67. So we talk about median income, median age, median price, median number. These are common collocations. And some synonyms for median: central, middle, average, midpoint. Mean is another word for average. The mean is a number that is the average of a set of numbers. So, for example, if you have the numbers 1, 3, 4, 8 and 9, if you add those numbers up, you get 25. And there are 5 numbers there. So you do 25 divided by 5, and the answer is 5. So the mean of those numbers is 5. Whereas the median of those 5 numbers is 4. For example, take 120 values and calculate the mean. The mean score for 16-year-olds is 87%. What is the mean age of entrance into the army? We talk about mean score, mean average, mean age, the mean concentration of something. And some synonyms for mean. Average is the only one, really, that you could use, average. Finally, theorem. Theorem. Not theory, by the way, theorem. A theorem is a statement in mathematics or in logic that can be proved to be true by reasoning. So, for example, this was the central mathematical theorem underpinning his entire theory. The theorem is hard to prove. It can take years of effort to prove some theorems. So you can have a mathematical theorem, and we often talk about proving a theorem. You prove a theorem. And some synonyms: axiom, law, rule. So there are your 7 maths words: constant, deduct, integer, fraction, median, mean, and theorem. In this lecture, we're going to look at 7 words connected with opinions, giving opinions, stating opinions. And here are the 7 words: assertion, conjecture, contention, dogma, stance, skeptic, speculation. The first word is assertion. Assertion. If someone makes an assertion, they state an idea very firmly. Not always, though, with evidence. Politicians like to make assertions. And here's a politician making an assertion. He's very sure of himself, even though he doesn't have much evidence for his assertion. So, for example, there is concrete evidence to support assertions that the economy is contracting. She challenges the assertion that participation in organised sport teaches children teamwork. He made a confident assertion that the company would grow next year. So you make an assertion, you repeat an assertion, you can challenge an assertion and refute an assertion. So assertions is the plural form. And some synonyms: statement, argument, pronouncement, allegation, contention. And the next word is conjecture. Conjecture. A conjecture is a conclusion that is based on information that is not certain or not complete. So if we go back to this politician, he's making an assertion. You can just say to him, you don't have any evidence. What you're saying is merely conjecture. It's just a conjecture he's making. There's no real backing to his ideas. So that was merely conjecture, not fact. Ozone creation is a very large-scale natural process, and the importance of human attempts to reduce it are a matter of conjecture. So in this, people are saying, well, the human attempts to reduce ozone, what's the importance of that? There's not full information yet. We don't have the full facts. It's conjecture. So things are a matter of conjecture. You can make conjecture about something. You can fuel conjecture. So you feed the ideas of the conjecture. You can spark conjecture. You start it. So you might spark conjecture about, the leadership of a political party. So some synonyms for conjecture: surmise, guesswork, hunch, hypothesis, supposition. Contention is the next word. Contention. Someone's contention is the idea or the opinion that they are expressing in an argument or a discussion. The person making a contention thinks it's true. Lawyers often make contentions. They put an argument together in order to convict or free someone in a court. And so they put forward a contention. They say it like it's true. They make arguments they believe are true, or arguments they say they believe are true. It's a contention. So this evidence supports the contention that the outbreak of violence was prearranged. There is sufficient evidence to support this contention. They hold the contention that no student should be compelled to pay for tuition fees. So you can support a contention, accept a contention, someone's contention. You can dispute a contention. And some synonyms: argument, assertion, idea, position, hypothesis, opinion. And the next word is dogma. Dogma. If you refer to a belief or a system of beliefs as a dogma, you disapprove of it because people are expected to think it's true without questioning it. So, for example, atheists. So to atheists, religious beliefs are dogmas because there is no evidence behind religious belief, but people believe it anyway. It's a dogma. At least to an atheist it is. Obviously not to a religious person. So their religious dogma has blinded them to the real needs of the people. He is fighting to free the country from the grip of dogma. They are now questioning the dogma of the ruling elite. So you can accept dogma, question a dogma, challenge a dogma. You can have a religious dogma. And the adjective form is dogmatic. So a dogmatic belief. And some synonyms for dogma: ideology, doctrine, creed, teachings, tenet, gospel. And stance is your next word. Stance. So your stance on a particular issue is your attitude towards that issue. So these protesters here, they are taking a stance. They have particular beliefs and they are making a stance about it. So for example, the Congress has agreed to reconsider its stance on the war. The Swiss frequently maintain a neutral stance in international affairs, and his stance towards the news story is similar to mine. So you can take a stance, maintain a stance, you can take a neutral stance, an aggressive stance. Some synonyms: position is a very close synonym. Attitude, posture, viewpoint. And skeptic is the next word. Skeptic. So a skeptic is a person who has doubts about things that other people believe. So they question the things that other people believe. They are a skeptic. So this man is a skeptic. You can spell it either with a C, SC, or a K. So often in American English, this often uses a K. He was a born skeptic. She now has to convince skeptics that he has a serious plan. Anyone who is skeptical of global warming and its consequences simply need to look at the evidence. So the third sentence, skeptical, it's an adjective. A born skeptic is somebody who always questions things. You can silence the skeptics, persuade the skeptics, and you can be skeptical about something. So here are plural of skeptics. You can be skeptical. Skepticism. Skepticism refers to the state of being skeptical. So skeptics are people who have a lot of skepticism about something. Skeptic. Just a note about the spelling. Of course, make sure you have either a C or a K there. Skeptic is often confused with this word, septic. Septic, which is something completely different. The word septic relates to sewage or something poisonous. So you don't want to say that you're septic. You're a skeptic. So beware of the differences there. Some synonyms for skeptic: critic, cynic, dissenter, dissident, questioner, and this phrase I like, devil's advocate. If you're a devil's advocate, then you always take the opposing view, often just to make sure there's an argument. So you always question things. The next word is speculation. Speculation. If you make a speculation about something, you make guesses about something's nature or identity, or about what might happen in the future. Now, people often speculate about the future. Here's a picture somebody has drawn about the future, a future city. They're speculating what a future city might look like. So the Prime Minister has dismissed speculation about his plans to resign. I have published my speculations about the future in my latest book, The World in 2100. There are speculations that he might have died from a blow to the head. So you can have speculation about something, you can make a speculation, fuel speculation, dismiss speculation. So speculations you can have, and the verb form is speculate. Speculate. And some synonyms: guess, prediction, hypothesis, thought, opinion, belief. So there are your 7 words for opinions: assertion, conjecture, contention, dogma, stance, skeptic, speculation. In this video, we're going to look at 7 words connected with positive qualities for describing positive things. So, for example, here are the 7 words: compelling, constructive, credible, groundbreaking, integrity, optimum, and rigorous. And here's the first word: compelling. Compelling. So a compelling argument or a compelling reason is one that is very convincing and very persuasive. It makes you think that something is true or that something should be done. You really want to do it. It's compelling. So, for example, all the evidence makes a suicide verdict the most compelling answer to the mystery of his death. The evidence was so compelling that the government was forced to make the change. He made a very compelling argument for the dismissal of the case. So we talk about compelling argument, a compelling reason, compelling evidence, compelling data. And some synonyms: strong, irresistible. The next word is constructive. Constructive. So a constructive comment or a constructive argument or approach or discussion is useful and helpful rather than negative and unhelpful. So, for example, in the picture, you've got some constructive feedback. So maybe the employee is getting constructive feedback from his or her employer, and it's useful and helpful for them. Serbia has praised what they call a constructive approach to peace talks. After their meeting, both men described their talks as open and constructive. She received a lot of constructive criticism after her performance. So constructive criticism is a very common collocation. It's criticism that's useful and helpful to somebody. Helps them improve. Constructive talks. Constructive role. And constructive comment as well. So constructive and constructively. Constructively is the adverb. And some synonyms: positive, useful, usable, productive, effective, practical. Practical because you can go away and use the constructive feedback, the constructive criticism. Your next word is credible. Credible. So something that is credible means it can be trusted or believed. It's very believable. It's credible. So I'm able to believe it. It's from the Latin word credere, which means to believe. So something credible is able to be believed. So, for example, her claims seem very credible, very believable. To maintain a credible threat, we must maintain the alliance. His story was scarcely credible, so not very credible, not very believable. Something can be credible to someone. Something can appear credible or sound credible, but if it's not very credible, it's scarcely credible. Credibility is the noun. It's not a very common word, but this word is very common. Incredible. Incredible. So that means unbelievable. It's amazing often. Something incredible is so unbelievable. It's amazing. So credible, believable is a synonym. Plausible, conceivable, honest, trustworthy. Groundbreaking is the next word. Groundbreaking. So something groundbreaking is important because it provides new ideas, usually very positive ones, and it influences the way people act or think. So it breaks new ground. It makes advances. So Einstein, this is Albert Einstein on the left, and his ideas were groundbreaking. It changed the world. It changed science. She published her groundbreaking book on psychology in 1986. Their groundbreaking research will have a major impact on the way we treat disease. Alexander Fleming's groundbreaking discovery of penicillin changed the world. So we can talk about groundbreaking research, groundbreaking discovery, groundbreaking work, and something that is really groundbreaking is truly groundbreaking, truly. And some synonyms: original, innovative, cutting edge, radical, revolutionary, and I love this word, trailblazing. Trailblazing. Integrity is the next word. Integrity. So if you have integrity, you are honest and firm in your values, in your morals. You tell the truth. You're good to people. You treat people well. You're honest. I have always regarded him as a man of considerable integrity. The game relies on the integrity of the individual to abide by the rules. Most politicians today lack integrity, so they don't tell the truth. We talk about the integrity of someone. We can question someone's integrity. You can have personal integrity, artistic integrity, and some synonyms: honesty, principle, sincerity, virtue. And the next word, optimum. Optimum. So the optimum level or state of something or someone is the best level or state that it could achieve, the state at which someone or something can achieve its very best. So these athletes are performing at their optimum level, maybe at the Olympics. So an athlete needs to be at their optimum level, their peak level, when they're competing at the Olympic Games. To maintain optimum health, exercise 3 times a day. 3? Dear. They are the regions which enjoy optimum conditions for farming. He reached his optimum fitness level just in time for the Olympics. So optimum level, optimum size, optimum condition, optimum state. So optimum is an adjective, and so is optimal. Optimal. And those two words are interchangeable. You can perform at an optimal level of fitness at the Olympics. And some synonyms: ideal, maximum, most favourable, peak. And this next word is slightly different, but it's similar: perfect. And the next word, rigorous. Rigorous. So an exam or a system or procedure or investigation that is rigorous is very thorough, very precise, very strict, very tough. And this soldier is undergoing a rigorous test of his physical ability. So the government is going to introduce more rigorous testing of children. The pathology department uses a rigorous system of blood analysis. The soldiers underwent rigorous training before being sent into the war zone. We talk then about rigorous testing, rigorous scrutiny, rigorous analysis, And a rigorous examination. It's tough. It's difficult. And you can have an adverb, rigorously. So here are some synonyms for rigorous: thorough, strict, tough, meticulous, uncompromising. So there are your 7 words for describing positive qualities: compelling, constructive, credible, groundbreaking, integrity, optimum, rigorous. In this video, we're going to be looking at words connected with negative qualities. And here are the 7 words: abnormal, adverse, deficient, deprived, negligent, shortcoming, volatile. And the first word is abnormal. Abnormal. Someone or something that is abnormal is unusual, especially in a way that is worrying for other people. Basically, abnormal means not normal, but in a kind of slightly worrying way. So abnormal heart rhythms should be checked by a doctor. It's not normal and it's worrying as well. Nothing abnormal was detected. The child had an abnormal fear of strangers. So you can have abnormal bleeding, abnormal behaviour, these are common collocations: abnormal heartbeat, abnormal cells. And you can have also a noun, abnormality. So you have abnormal, abnormality. So some synonyms: aberrant, deviant, irregular, unusual, strange, odd. And the next word is adverse. Adverse. So adverse decisions, conditions, or effects are unfavourable to you. They're bad for you. They don't help you. They are negative. So here is some adverse weather. It's very difficult to drive in this weather. Here's some example sentences. A high dosage of vitamins may lead to adverse side effects. Despite the adverse conditions, the bridge was finished in just 8 months. Because of the adverse weather, they had to abandon the football match. So some common collocations: adverse conditions, adverse weather, adverse publicity, adverse effect. And adverse is an adjective, but you can turn it into a noun with adversity and into an adverb, adversely. And some synonyms for adverse: negative, unfavourable, disadvantageous, disadvantageous. Deficient is your next word. Deficient. If someone or something is deficient in a particular thing, they do not have the full amount that they need of it in order to function properly or to work properly. So this man is deficient in sleep. He doesn't have enough. He hasn't had enough sleep to keep on working properly. You can also be deficient in vitamins, so a poor diet is deficient in vitamins and minerals. The proposal was deficient in several ways. Sleep deficiency can have serious health consequences, so here you have the noun form. So you can be deficient in something, deficient in an area, seriously deficient if it's really bad, You can be morally deficient. So deficiency is the noun. And some synonyms for deficient: inadequate, lacking, insufficient, weak, faulty, and impaired. So the last three synonyms relate to the use of deficient in, for example, machinery, when something is not good enough for its purpose, so the machinery is faulty or it's impaired. Deprived. Deprived is the next word. Deprived people, or people from deprived areas, do not have the things that people consider to be essential in life. For example, you might have people living in an area of poor housing or high unemployment, so it's a deprived area. Deprived, so it's sort of de-privileged. Priv from privilege. So somebody who is deprived is also underprivileged or deprivileged. So there is, by the way, no word deprivileged. We say underprivileged if you're deprived. So deprived and underprivileged. And some example sentences. They are among the most seriously deprived children in the country. There are many problems associated with life in deprived inner city areas, problems like crime, housing problems. In this deprived neighbourhood, he was one of the few young men with a job. So the common collocations, we often talk about deprived area, deprived neighbourhood, deprived childhood, deprived upbringing. So deprived, and deprivation is the noun form. So deprived, underprivileged, destitute if things are really bad, if you're completely poor, have no money, poor, impoverished. The next word is negligent. Negligent. So if someone, usually in a position of responsibility, is negligent, then they don't do something, they haven't done something that they should do. So this driver here, she's being negligent. She's not looking at the road, she's not looking at the children crossing the road, she's texting instead or reading her text. She's a negligent driver. Here's some more examples. The jury determined that the airline was negligent in training the crew. The council had acted in a negligent manner. The claims were made against a negligent third party for personal injury. So you can be negligent in something. You can commit a negligent act. You can be criminally negligent, grossly negligent. So that's, if you're negligent in a very big way, you are grossly negligent. And the noun of negligent is negligence. Some synonyms: neglectful, careless, remiss. Shortcoming is the next word. Shortcoming. Someone or something's shortcomings are the faults or weaknesses which they have, and this bridge has some serious shortcomings. Here's some more examples. Marriages usually break down as a result of the shortcomings of both partners. His book is entertaining, but it has its shortcomings. It's not perfect. Manchester United's defence displayed some serious shortcomings. So you can have a shortcoming of something. You can highlight a shortcoming. You can have serious shortcoming. Glaring shortcoming. staring at you. So bad. So shortcomings is the plural. And some synonyms. Failing, weakness, defect, flaw, imperfection, and deficiency. And your final word is volatile. Volatile. So a situation that is volatile is likely to change very suddenly and unexpectedly, often for the worse. If a situation is volatile, things can get really bad really quickly and unexpectedly. Stock markets, for example, can often be very volatile. Share prices go up and then suddenly they go down. Everyone has a shock. They are volatile prices. There have been riots before, and the situation is volatile. The international oil markets have been highly volatile since the early 1970s. Armed soldiers guard the streets in this volatile atmosphere. So you can have a volatile market, volatile atmosphere. Things can be highly volatile, increasingly volatile. And the noun form of volatile is volatility. Volatility. So volatile, volatility. And some synonyms for volatile: unstable, unpredictable, unsettled, fickle. Fickle is often something you have for people. People can be very fickle if they change their minds, if they change their opinions very quickly and suddenly. Erratic. So there are your 7 words for negative qualities, for talking about negative things: abnormal, adverse, deficient, deprived, negligent, shortcoming, and volatile. In this video, we're going to look at 7 words connected with research methods. And here are the 7 words: collate, correlate, empirical, hypothesis, theory, qualitative, and quantitative. And here's the first word: collate. Collate. When you collate pieces of information, you gather them all together usually for examination or analysis later on. So you organise maybe lots of bits of paper for analysis later on. And here's some example sentences. She has spent years collating the data on which her study is based. They have begun to collate their own statistics on racial abuse. The organisation has collated a great deal of information on reading difficulties. And some common collocations: you collate information, you collate data, you collate figures, and you can collate statistics. And collate is a verb, so collates, collating, collated. And collation is the process of collating something. And some synonyms for collate: assemble, collect, gather. Your next word is correlate. Correlate. So if one thing correlates with another, there is a close connection between them, often because one thing causes the other thing. So you can say that two things correlate. So for example, eating too much correlates with getting fat, because eating too much causes getting fat. Some more example sentences. Obesity, here we are. Obesity correlates with an increased risk of diabetes. The political views of spouses correlate more closely than their heights. And the loss of respect for British science is correlated to reduced funding. Some common collocations. Something correlates with something else. Something correlates to something else. Things can correlate strongly or closely. There's a very strong connection between them. So it's a verb, so correlates, correlating, correlated. Correlation is a noun. So there is a correlation between obesity and diabetes. And some synonyms for correlate: equate, compare, link, interact, tie in. And your next word is empirical. Empirical. So empirical evidence or an empirical study relies on practical experience or evidence rather than actual theory. So it's things you can see, things you can measure as evidence. So for example, there is no empirical evidence to support the existence of God. She published a series of empirical studies. Empirical findings confirm the existence of black holes. So we talk a lot. This is a very, very strong correlation. Empirical evidence. But you can also have empirical data, empirical study, empirical finding. So empirical is an adjective, and you can have it as an adverb too, empirically. Empirically. And some synonyms: evidence-based, experimental, observational, and factual. And the next word is hypothesis. Hypothesis. A hypothesis is an idea which is suggested as a possible explanation for something, for a particular condition or situation, but it hasn't yet been proved to be correct. So it's just an idea, but it's an idea that needs to be tested with evidence or experiments to see if it's true. So this lady here, she's got a hypothesis. Now she wants to go away and test it and find some empirical evidence to prove her idea. So for example, work will now begin to test the hypothesis that flies are affected by Wi-Fi signals. Different hypotheses have been put forward to explain why these foods are more likely to cause health problems. So you've got hypotheses, the plural of hypothesis. You can test a hypothesis, support a hypothesis, confirm a hypothesis, or propose a hypothesis. So there's the word again, and just to remind you, the plural is hypotheses. You can also hypothesize. This is the verb for making a hypothesis. So you hypothesize something. There's also an adjective, hypothetical. So a hypothetical idea needs to be tested. Some synonyms: idea, assumption, conjecture, thesis, proposition. Also, sometimes you can have theory as a synonym of hypothesis, but really in science, they're different things. They're not the same at all. In science, a hypothesis is an idea that needs testing. A theory is a hypothesis that has been successfully tested and proved to be correct, so it's a fact. So in science, the two words are actually different. So for example, in science, the theory of evolution is pretty much a scientific fact. There's evidence for it, lots of evidence. As far as a scientist is concerned, a theory is true. It's like a fact. But the confusion comes with general use. A lot of people use the word theory to suggest an idea, which in science, that's not the case at all. In science, a theory is a proven hypothesis, not just an idea. So let's go on to the word theory. Okay, theory. So in science, a theory is a group of tested hypotheses or propositions, and they're commonly regarded as correct. So a theory can be used as a principle to explain and predict the universe around us. But as I said before, sometimes in common everyday use, the word theory is often used just to refer to the ideas themselves, not the facts behind them. So, for example, there are conflicting theories as how children best learn to read. So that's an idea. Einstein's theory of relativity explains much of our understanding of the universe. So this is a law. This is the use of theory as a law, as a physical law, a scientific fact, if you will. In theory, mapping the human genome may lead to thousands of cures for disease. And here the word theory is being used as a kind of line of thought. So as you can see, theory has got several different meanings, really. We talk about the theory of something. You can develop a theory. And according to the theory of something, and in theory is quite a common fixed phrase. So we talk about theories, and something can be theoretical as well. That's the adjective. So some synonyms. The first two relate to the scientific use of the word law and rule. But don't forget, it can also mean things like ideas and arguments, propositions, and philosophies in more general use. Here's the next word, qualitative. Qualitative, which means relating to the nature or character or standard of something, its qualities or features, rather than to quantities. So it might be talking about people's thinking or people's opinions. So for example, we know that there are qualitative differences in the way children and adults think. So the two adults here thinking in different ways to the child, to the baby. And there's that sentence. Another example, high quality research may contain a combination of qualitative and quantitative data. Her qualitative research includes interviews and observations. So qualitative research often includes interviews with people, observations of people acting, doing something. We often talk about a qualitative difference, a qualitative study, a qualitative piece of research, and qualitative data. And you can turn it into an adverb, qualitatively. And some synonyms. It's difficult to think of synonyms for this word, but here are some examples of qualitative data. So interviews, focus group, observation, action research, case study. So when we talk about research, we often talk about qualitative data and the other one, quantitative data. quantitative. Quite hard to say, in fact. Quantitative. And this relates to different sizes, different amounts of things, different numbers, data, measurements, quantities, amounts. Things you can measure, things you can quantify. So, for example, she made use of quantitative data of migration patterns. Their quantitative research included the statistical analysis of currency fluctuations. Quantitative studies have shown no measurable impact on the economic effects of a ban on smoking. So we can talk about a quantitative study or data, quantitative research and analysis. And you can have an adverb as well, quantitatively. And some synonyms: statistical, measurable, numerical. So there are your 7 words for research methods: collate, correlate, empirical, hypothesis, theory, qualitative, and quantitative. In this lecture, I'm going to take you through 7 words connected with upward trends. And the 7 words are rise, increase, soar, leap, rocket, climb, and peak. So the first word is rise. Rise. So rise can be a noun or a verb, means something going up. Usually numbers will go up. So for example, between 1999 and 2000 there was a modest rise. A modest rise, just a small one. There was a dramatic rise between 2010 and 2011. Very big rise. Rise normally needs an adjective to go with it because rise is a very neutral word. We can talk about a rise in numbers, but we need things like dramatic rise, sudden rise, modest rise to give the word meaning. So it's a noun and a verb. As a verb you can have rises, rising. Rose is the past simple form. And some synonyms for rise: go up, increase, climb, climb. Your next word is increase, increase. Increase means pretty much the same as rise, means things going up. So between 1999 and 2000 there was a slight increase. Or you could say a modest increase or a small increase. Numbers increased dramatically between 2010 and 2011. So a big increase. Again, like rise, increase is a fairly neutral word, so it often needs an adjective to go with it, or an adverb. So here, increase is being used as a verb, so you say increase slightly, increase dramatically. And here, these last 2 examples, increase is a noun, so a small increase, a sudden increase. So here's the noun, but as a verb, increases, increasing, increased. And some synonyms for increase: go up, rise, climb. Your next word is soar. Soar. When something soars, it goes up quickly. It goes up dramatically. So between 2010 and 2011, numbers soared. They went up really quickly, like a bird suddenly flying up into the air. You could also say between 2010 and 2011, numbers soared to just over 80. Because soar means to go up dramatically or quickly, and to go up very high, then you don't need to say things like soar dramatically or soar quickly. Soar already means, it already suggests dramatic rises or quick rises. But you can say things like numbers soar, prices soar, soar upwards, soar to a peak of 84, for example. It's a verb, so you can have these different forms. And for synonyms, ascend. Ascend suggests going up very high. Rocket suggests going up very high and very quickly, or shoot up. Your next word is leap. Leap. Leap means something that goes up suddenly, perhaps even quicker than soar, but maybe not as high. I mean, here for example, is a high jumper. She leapt off the ground, high up, quickly, suddenly. And here's an example sentence. Between 2010 and 2011, numbers leapt to just over 80. So it's a sudden burst of energy, just like the high jumper needs a sudden burst of energy to get over the bar. That's a sudden burst of energy to get to just over 80. Same time point between 2010 and 2011, numbers leapt from just under 30 to just over 80. So you can use from and to. You can use from and to with other words too, like increase from and to, rise from and to. You can have suddenly leapt as a collocation, or a sudden leap. Leap up. Leap from and to. Note you don't say leap down. Numbers don't leap down, they leap up. It's an upward trend. You can leap out of things. If you're in a plane and you jump out of the plane, then you leap out of the plane and then you fall down afterwards. So leap can be a noun or a verb. So a leap or to leap. And there's the present simple and the present continuous leaping. The past simple, there are actually two ways you can spell this: leaped with an ed ending, or leapt, leaped or leapt. So a slightly different pronunciation. The T ending here, leapt, is slightly more common in British English, and the ed ending is slightly more common in American English, but they're both okay. So some synonyms for leap: surge, soar, rocket. And here in fact is the word rocket. Rocket. If numbers rocket, they go up very, very rapidly. It suggests right into the sky, into space in fact, like the space shuttle on its rocket. It's moving up very, very, very fast. Much faster than surge or soar or leap, and much, much higher. Takes numbers into the sky, way above anything else. Now I wouldn't use rocket in this graph. You see, the rise in numbers from 2010 to 2011 only brings numbers back to the level at the start of the graph, so the numbers aren't way above the others, but if the graph were like this, then you could use rocket for the increase between 2010 and 2011, because the numbers in 2011 are way above anything else. So there you could say something like, between 2010 and 2011, numbers rocketed to just over 80. Personally, I think rocketed is a bit of an informal word to use when you're writing, but it's good to use when you're writing because it does show a range in vocabulary. but I'm not a big fan of the word. Here's another one. Numbers rocketed from 2010 to 2011. Prices rocket. You can use that that's a common collocation. Numbers rocketed. Suddenly rocketed. I wouldn't use quickly rocketed because rocketed already suggests quickly. And it's a verb, so you can use rockets, rocketing, rocketed. And some synonyms for rocket. Surge, leapt or leaped, and soar. So another word for upwards trends is climb. Here's a mountaineer climbing, going up a mountain. We don't know if he's doing it quickly or slowly, so it's similar to rise and increase, but the word climb suggests going up quite a lot. So I wouldn't use climb for the rise from 1999 to 2000. It's very small. Climb suggests a kind of moderate to large rise. So I wouldn't use climb for this part. But I would use climb in this kind of sentence. So between 2010 and 2011, numbers climbed rapidly to just over 80. And some common collocations: climb rapidly, climb steeply, climb slowly, climb steadily. Climb again, like increase and rise, is quite a neutral word, so it's good to have an adverb next to it. So climbs, climbing, climbed, climbed. So some synonyms for climb: grow, rise, increase, go up. And your next word is peak. Peak. Peak means the highest point, the top of something. So here's the top of a mountain, the highest point of a mountain. It looks like someone has leapt off the peak of the mountain, actually. So peak. So here's an example sentence. Numbers reached a peak of about 85 in 2011. Over here. Actually, it's 84 to be exact, but you can say about 85 when you're writing. Here's the end of a sentence. Reaching a peak of approximately 85 in 2011. So maybe here you'd say numbers increased rapidly from 2010, reaching a peak of approximately 85 in 2011. There's your peak. Numbers peaked at almost 85 in 2011. So we talk about you reached a peak, reaching a peak, peaked at, rise to a peak. And peaks, you can use peaking, peaking at 85, peaked at. And some synonyms for peak: highest point. That's if you're using it as a noun. The peak, the highest point, the greatest point, the top, and maximum. So those are noun forms for peak. So there are your 7 upward trends words: rise, increase, soar, leap, rocket, climb, and peak. In this lecture, we're going to look at vocabulary connected with downward trends. And here are your 7 words: fall, decrease, plunge, plummet, decline, drop, and dip. So your first word is fall. Fall. Here's a man falling down without a parachute, going down. It's quite a neutral word, actually, so we can often use it with an adverb, but here we haven't. So between 1998 and 1999, numbers fell by approximately 15. And another example, there was a rapid fall in numbers between 2003 and 2004. So there we've used an adjective with the word fall. So some typical collocations with fall: dramatic and slight, fall by, and fall from something to something else. You can use fall as a verb or a noun. So a small fall, a big small, but falls, falling. Fell is the past simple form. And some synonyms for fall: drop, decline, decrease. And here in fact is the word decrease. Decrease. So like fall, it's a general word for something that goes down. And it can also be a noun or a verb. So for example, between 1998 and 1999, numbers decreased by approximately 15. There was a steady decrease in numbers between 2011 and 2015. This was a long, steady decrease, almost a straight line. You can have a slight decrease. These are common collocations: significant decrease. If you're using decrease as a verb, you can say decreased slightly. And as a noun, there was a decrease in. So here's the noun, and as a verb, decreases, decreasing, decreased. Some synonyms for decrease: fall and drop, decline, go down, depreciate. That's a good word, depreciate. Numbers depreciated by about 30. Means they decreased by about 30. And depreciation is the noun form for depreciate, depreciate. Our next word is one of my favourite words in the English language: plunge. Plunge. The G on the N is the J soft sound, plunge. So if numbers plunge, they go down really fast, like this woman plunging into a swimming pool. As you can see by her angle, it's a steep and fast drop down. So you could say on this graph, between 2003 and 2004, numbers plunged. That's really the only place that numbers plunge on that graph. So we can talk about prices plunged, numbers plunged, suddenly plunged. So you can use an adverb, but you don't really need to use many adverbs with plunge. Plunge, plunges, plunging, plunged are the verb forms here. And some synonyms for plunge: dive, sink, drop, tumble. Tumble is a similar word for plunge, except it also suggests a bit of lack of control, chaos. So you kind of tumble out of an aeroplane, you're falling all over the place. And this nice word, plummet. Plummet, which is a word I'll look at now, is the word plummet. Plummet is even faster and more dramatic than plunge. So if you jump out of an aeroplane with no parachute, you will plummet to your death. Very fast, I'm afraid. Share prices, for example, plummeted during the Wall Street crash of 1929. It's kind of the opposite of rocket. So between 2003 and 2004, numbers plummeted. Some common collocations with plummet: prices plummeted, numbers plummeted, suddenly plummeted, numbers suddenly plummeted. So the verb forms plummets, plummeting, plummeted, plummeted. And some synonyms for plummet. Plunge, collapse, crash, tumble. Nosedive is an interesting term. It's like when you dive into a swimming pool, you hit the water nose first, so you nosedive. You nosedive. Your next word is decline. Decline. It's similar to decrease and fall. It's a general word for something going down. Historians often talk about the decline of the Roman Empire. The Roman Empire gradually, over hundreds of years, got weaker until eventually it stopped existing. So decline can also be used for something that happens over a long period of time. But it can also be used in a general sense, just like fall and decrease. So for example, between 2011 and 2015, there was a steady decline. Like the Roman Empire declining, a steady decline. Numbers declined slightly between 1998 and 1999. Steady decline is a very common collocation. Rapid decline. Decline, so if you're using decline as a verb, declined slightly, declined significantly. So the first two examples are a noun, last two are verbs. And the verb forms are declines, declining, declined. And some synonyms for decline. Fall, of course, drop, go down. This should say decrease. Here's decrease, not word for decrease. Your next word is drop. Drop. This is another general word for downward trends. It's a very general word, in fact. But useful for small, kind of uninteresting decreases, nothing exciting. So there was a slight drop in numbers between 2008 and 2009. Numbers dropped from just over 80 to just under 70 between 1998 and 1999. So because drop is a very general word, you need to use adverbs or adjectives with it most of the time. So a slight drop or a sudden drop. If you're using drop as a noun and as a verb, dropped significantly, dropped quickly. And here are the verb forms for drop. Dropping, two P's, double P there. And the same again, dropped. And some synonyms for drop: go down, fall, decline, decrease. Finally, the word dip. Dip. Dip is slightly different from all the others. If numbers dip, they go down slightly, but they also come back up afterwards. It's a temporary decrease. In one way, it's the opposite of peak. So numbers peak above 80, and numbers dip below 80. I love this picture. This cake, I think it's a cake, was dipped in chocolate. So the cake was put down into the chocolate and then it came back up again. So when you dip cake in chocolate sauce, you go down and then up again. Now, can you see any dips here on the graph? Now, there is one. There was a slight dip in numbers in 2007. Not very big, just a slight dip. And you could say also numbers dipped below 70 in 1999 before recovering. Went back up again. So you talk about a slight dip, small dip, but you can have big ones, significant dips. And you can dip below. That's using dip as a verb, so numbers dipped below. So here are the verb forms. Again, double P's there, just like with drop. And some synonyms for dip. None of these are exact synonyms. Drop and fall don't give the sense that the numbers go back up afterwards. But dip is often used with downward, but remember it's used for, there are slight upward increases afterwards too. So there are your 7 downward trends words. Fall, decrease, plunge, plummet, decline, drop, dip. In this lecture, we're going to look at some adjectives and adverbs connected with trends. And here are your 7 words: dramatic, steady, sharp, rapid, steep, modest, and sudden. So your first word is dramatic. Dramatic. Dramatic is a very strong word used for big, sudden changes. It suggests something different to what came before, a sudden big change, a shock of some kind. So for example, between 2003 and 2004, prices fell dramatically. There was a dramatic rise in prices from 2010 to 2011. So we can talk about dramatic rise, dramatic fall, rose dramatically, fell dramatically. So the word dramatic is an adjective, but you can turn it into an adverb. And some synonyms for dramatic: sudden, huge, and rapid. Your next word is steady. Steady. Steady means unchanging. The pace of something stays the same. Numbers can go up or down, or stay the same, but the upward or downward or level pace or rate doesn't change too much. And it also suggests that this takes place over a long period of time. So, for example, the number of animals remained steady between 2000 and 2003. So it's almost a flat line there. And this sentence covers 4 years. Or, profits declined steadily between 2011 and 2015. So again, it's almost a straight line between those 2 years, and this sentence covers 5 years. So you can have a steady decline, steady increase, rose steadily, fell steadily as well. And you can also have remain steady. So steady can be an adverb: steadily. And some synonyms: constant, so a constant decline, a constant rise; stable, regular, even, an even decline. Your next word is sharp. Sharp. Sudden and sharp can be used for relatively minor changes that happen quickly but suddenly. So, for example, there was a sharp decline between 2003 and 2004. So in just 1 year, there was a sharp decline. The number of birds grew sharply between 2010 and 2011. There you are for the number of birds. So you can have a sharp decline, sharp increase. You can talk about something that grew sharply or dropped sharply. And so here's the adverb. Some synonyms for sharp: sudden, acute, and steep. Steep is quite a good one to use as well. Your next word is rapid. Rapid. Rapid means very quick. It also suggests a sudden change. So from 2003 to 2004, there was a rapid decline in costs. Costs increased rapidly between 2010 and 2011. So you can talk about rapid growth, rapid decrease, rose rapidly, grew rapidly. And there's the adverb rapidly. Some synonyms for rapid: quick, swift, fast, and brisk. We often talk about people going for a brisk walk if they're going to have a rapid walk, but maybe short as well. Steep is your next word, steep. Something that is steep is almost vertical. So, for example, here's a skier skiing down a steep mountain slope. And here's a steep mountain peak. This is the Matterhorn. So, for example, there was a steep decline in the number of jobs from 2003 to 2004. There's a steep decline. But steep can mean going up as well. The number of jobs rose steeply between 2010 and 2011. So you can have a steep increase, a steep decline, and you can use the adverb rose steeply, fell steeply. And there's the adverb steeply. Some synonyms: rapid, precipitous. So a precipitous decline. That's almost like a cliff face. It drops right down, almost vertical. Sharp. And modest. The word modest means very small. So a little. It's kind of the opposite of dramatic. So it's not a shock, it's not a sudden change. So, for example, there was a modest decrease in the number of students between 1998 and 1999. So not a big one. Not steep, not sharp, it was modest. There was modest growth in the number of students from 2015 to 2016 at the end of the graph. Modest growth. So you can talk about a modest rise, a modest increase, a modest rise again. Oh, right, a modest growth. Modest growth. You can use the adverb modestly, but it's not often used. You normally use modest just as an adjective. Some synonyms: limited, small, and moderate. Your next word is sudden. Sudden. So sudden is for something that happens quickly, and also it suggests something that's little bit unexpected. And it can be used for relatively minor changes. So, for example, there was a sudden but modest increase in numbers from 2015 to 2016. It's a bit of an unexpected, that, because they had several years of steady decline before that, and then there was a sudden increase. So something changed. A bit unexpected. Numbers soared suddenly between 2010 and 2011. So it was going nowhere for several years, then suddenly soared. You can have a sudden rise and a sudden fall, a sudden increase, sudden decrease. You can also say fell suddenly, rose suddenly. So the adverb is very useful here too. Synonyms for sudden, you could use unusual. That suggests it's unexpected. Rapid, rapid. And immediate, immediate. So there are your 7 words for adjectives and adverbs connected with trends. Dramatic, steady, sharp, rapid, steep, modest, and sudden. In this lecture, I'm going to look at some more trends vocabulary, a wider variety of trends vocabulary. Here are those 7 words: fluctuate, remain steady, stabilize, stagnate, overall, upwards and downwards. So the first word is fluctuate. Fluctuate. So when numbers fluctuate, they go up and down, usually very quickly. So for example, from 2004 to 2010, numbers fluctuated between 25 and 40. So they went up and down and up and down. You could also say from 2004 to 2010, numbers fluctuated around the 30 mark. Some common collocations with fluctuate: fluctuate wildly and fluctuate widely. So they go up and down a lot. They mean the same thing. Fluctuate around the number 30. Fluctuate between. So as a verb, you can say fluctuates, fluctuating, fluctuated. You can also use the noun fluctuation, fluctuation. It's a very specialised word, fluctuate, so there aren't many synonyms. Hover, so you could say hovered around 30, or perhaps a word like shift, shifted, but there aren't any very good synonyms for fluctuate. Remain steady. Remain steady. If numbers remain steady, it means the numbers stayed about the same. Either the same or about the same level. It's kind of the opposite to fluctuate, so they're not going up and down, not by much. So between 2000 and 2003, numbers remained steady. So remain steady. You can have remain steady, remaining steady, remained steady. And some synonyms stayed the same, possibly stabilised. But stabilised means something slightly different, which I'll look at now. So stabilise, it's used to show contrast between a steady period and something that came before when it was unsteady, when it was not steady, when it was unstable. So if numbers fluctuated and afterwards remained steady, then we can say that numbers stabilised. They became steady. So before 2009, numbers were fluctuating. Then they stabilised for a year. So we could say between 2004 and 2009, numbers fluctuated before briefly stabilising until 2010. Or between 2000 and 2004, numbers stabilised around the 75 mark. Before that, they were higher, then lower, they were unstable, and then they stabilised. So you can say stabilise at, stabilise around, briefly stabilise, suddenly stabilise. And here are the verb forms for stabilise. You can also have the noun form stabilisation, but it's not very commonly used. Some synonyms: remain steady, fixed, is sustained. So numbers were sustained for several years, or maintained. Stagnate is your next word. Stagnate. When something stagnates, it stops developing or growing. And it's used more when talking about growth and development rather than simply numbers. And it suggests something bad. There's little growth, whereas before and maybe afterwards there was lots of growth. So if this graph were about growth, we could say the sentence, after a precipitous decline in 2004, growth stagnated. For another 6 years, there was no growth in this period. It was stagnating. Or you could say there was a period of stagnation between 2004 and 2010. You might want to say stagnated suddenly stagnated, or a period of stagnation. It's a verb, stagnate, so here are the verb forms. And there's the noun stagnation. And some synonyms. Languish is a nice word. Languish. Numbers languished at around 30 for several years. Stand still, stood still. Stall. Growth stalled. Your next word is overall. Overall is a way of talking about the whole graph, the whole picture, the whole trend. So you talk about the entire graph with overall. So for example, overall, the numbers in this period declined by approximately 25. That's from 1998 to 2016. The overall trend is one of two periods at a high level with a low period in between. So you're talking about the big picture, the whole graph. The overall trend is a common collocation. The overall picture. The overall pattern. So they're all using overall here as an adjective. But you can also use overall as an adverb as well. So as an adjective or an adverb doesn't change, the form doesn't change. But some synonyms for overall: in general, generally speaking, general. And your next word is upward. Upward. And we're also going to look at downward. Downward is the next word, so upwards and downwards. So they're very useful general terms. So you could say between 2015 and 2016, there was a slight upward trend. So it's an adjective. Upward trend. You can use it as an adverb, move upwards, rise upwards. Well, actually, of course, you wouldn't say rise upwards, actually, because rise suggests going up already. But move doesn't suggest going up or down, but it does when you say upwards. An upward trend, an upward movement, upward direction. Finally, downward. Downward. From 2011 to 2015, there was a prolonged downward spell. Prolonged means for a long time. There was a sharp downward movement between 2003 and 2004. So you move downwards. You can have a downward trend, downward movement, downward direction. So there are your seven words. Some more words for trends: fluctuate, remain steady, stabilize, stagnate, overall, upwards, and downwards. Welcome to the lecture all about cause and effect vocabulary. And here are your 7 words: attribute, chain reaction, derive, initiate, interdependent, interrelate, and repercussion. So your first word is attribute. Attribute. It's a verb. So with this verb you stress the second syllable. It also works as a noun where you stress the first attribute. But here, as a verb, attribute. If you attribute something to an event, you think that the thing was caused by that event. So he attributed his stomachache to something he ate at lunch. So he thinks his lunch caused his stomachache. Here's another example. This man has a really bad hangover. His head hurts. He feels sick. Why? What caused his hangover? Well, last night he went to a big party and drank lots of beer. Too much beer. He thinks the beer at the party caused his hangover. So he attributes his hangover to the beer and the party. Here are some example sentences. Women tend to attribute their success to luck, according to some studies. The increased death rate was attributed to a severe outbreak of influenza. She attributed his bad temper to ill health. Some collocations. You attribute success to something. What caused your success? Well, you attribute your success to it. You attribute an increase in something to something. What's the cause of the increase? You can use also these 2 adverbs, partly attribute and directly attribute. So he directly attributed his hangover to drinking too much beer last night. It's a verb, so you can have all these endings: attributing, attributed. And some synonyms for attribute: blame. He blamed the beer on his hangover. Associate, connect. He connected his hangover to the party. Trace, credit. The next word is actually a phrase here: chain reaction. Chain reaction. A chain reaction is a series of events, and each event leads to the next event. Here are some dominoes, a line of dominoes. If I push the first domino down, it will knock down the next domino, which will knock down the next domino, and the next, and the next, and the next. A chain reaction will happen. If I push the first domino, there will be a chain reaction where the other dominoes are knocked over. A gas canister exploded and started a chain reaction of explosions. The factory closure led to a chain reaction of job losses in the local economy. Splitting an atom starts a chain reaction in which more and more atoms are split, and you have a nuclear bomb going off. So you have a chain reaction of events. We can say a chain reaction occurs. We can set off a chain reaction and trigger a chain reaction. So your next word is derive. Derive. Note the pronunciation. Not drive, but derive. Derive. If something is derived from something else, it comes from that something else. Coffee, in the cup, coffee comes from coffee beans. So coffee, the drink, coffee is derived from coffee beans. Aspirin, the drug, is derived from something called salicylic acid. I think that's how you say it. Anyway, and the word Easter is derived from Eostra, which is the pagan goddess of spring, apparently. And he derives a lot of fun from playing football. You might derive a lot of fun from watching football. So you derive things from, derive authority. Derive enjoyment. You derive enjoyment and pleasure from watching football. So derives, deriving, derived, and you can have a noun from derive. Derivative, derivative. A derivative is something that has come from something else. So coffee is a derivative of coffee beans. And some synonyms for derive. A very common word is gets, extract. So you extract enjoyment, you acquire enjoyment from watching football, obtain, received, or receive. You receive enjoyment, you receive pleasure, you get pleasure. Infer has a slightly different meaning there. Next word is initiate. Initiate. So if you initiate something, you start it or you cause it to happen. So the man with the starter gun, he initiated the race. He started the race. He initiated it. They wanted to initiate a debate on economics. Peace talks were initiated by the president in May. Such ideas may initiate educational reform. They may start educational reform. So you initiate a process or an action or proceedings. And initiate often goes with the preposition by. The peace talks were initiated by the president. So with a verb, of course, you can have these endings initiating, initiated. You can also have the noun initiation, and an initiation is when you start doing something for the first time. So some synonyms for initiate: start, of course, set up, commence, launch, trigger, and begin. And your next word is interdependent. Interdependent. So if things are interdependent, they need each other or they are dependent on each other. There is a connection, very close connection between the two things. Now this is the yin-yang symbol, a Chinese symbol. It's a Chinese idea that says that different forces are interdependent. For example, light and shadow are interdependent. I mean, they look different, but light is better with shadow and shadow needs light. They are interconnected. Night and day are interconnected and interdependent. And the prefix inter means between. So interdependent means that they are dependent. There is a dependency between things. And some example sentences. In our globalized world, countries are increasingly interdependent. So what one country does affects lots of other countries. Happiness is derived from a variety of interdependent factors. They all link together. Computers on the internet are not just interconnected, they are also interdependent. So if one computer gets a virus, so will lots of other computers. So we live in an interdependent world. We have an interdependent economy, interdependent relationships, and you can use adverbs like increasingly. This is a very common adverb to use with interdependent, increasingly interdependent. And some synonyms for interdependent: interconnected. Mutually dependent is another one that's not so commonly used, but it might be in IELTS reading tests, of course, and listening tests. Reciprocal. Complementary. And your next word is interrelate. Interrelate. So if things are interrelated, they have an effect on each other. It's very similar to interdependent, in fact. So weather patterns around the world are interrelated. And again, inter tells you that there is a relationship between things here. Between is what inter means. So then body and mind are interrelated. If your body is sick, then your mind will suffer as well. Social skills are, in part, about how we interrelate with other people. All the cells of your body are closely interrelated. So things are interrelated with, and interrelate closely is a very common collocation. Of course, it's a verb, so interrelates, interrelating, interrelated. But you can also have a noun, interrelationship. Interrelationship. And some synonyms for interrelate: affect, connect, link. And your final word is repercussion. Repercussion. If an action or an event has repercussions, it causes unpleasant things to happen as a result, usually for a long time afterwards. Repercussion begins with re, of course, again and again. It was an event which was to have painful repercussions. Members of Congress were warned of the repercussions if they voted for war. The seemingly minor virus was to have serious repercussions for her health for years. So serious effects for a long time. Serious repercussions. Potential repercussions. And things have repercussions. And we often fear repercussions as well. And some synonyms: backlash, backlash, negative effect, fallout, That suggests bad things as well, a fallout. Reverberations is more of a neutral word. And side effect, again, side effect usually has a negative sense, negative meanings. So there are your 7 cause and effect words and phrases. Attribute, it's a verb in this lecture. Attribute, chain reaction, derive, initiate, interdependent, interrelate, and repercussion. So in this lecture, we're going to look at vocabulary related to time. And here are our 7 words: consecutive, successive, penultimate, intermittent, periodic, concurrent, and coincide. So the first word is consecutive. Consecutive. If events are consecutive, they happen one after the other. So for example, this is the 3rd consecutive year that Barcelona have won La Liga. 5, 6, 7, 8 and 9 are consecutive numbers. And here's one for your photographers. Photographs taken at the same time on consecutive days can be quite different from one another because the lighting conditions can be different. And then we can look at some collocations, consecutive years. Consecutive often goes with time words, so consecutive years, consecutive days, consecutive weeks, months, consecutive numbers, consecutive defeats, consecutive victories. So football teams, successful football teams have consecutive victories. The team I support has consecutive defeats often. You can turn consecutive into an adverb simply by adding ly consecutively. And some synonyms for consecutive: sequential, successive, we'll look at successive next, one after another as well. So consecutive years means 1 year after another, or 1 week after another, 1 month after another. Our next word is successive. Successive. It's similar to consecutive. Successive means something happens one after the other, usually without a gap. And the pronunciation success, as in the word success, of course. So some examples of how to use successive. This is the same sentence as before about Barcelona, but I've now put in the word successive. So this is the 3rd successive year that Barcelona have won La Liga. Greece was suffering from the failure of successive governments to curb the debt. So one government after another did not curb the debt. Smith was the winner for the 3rd successive year. The 3rd successive year. So here's that 3rd successive. You can also have 2nd successive, 4th successive, 11th successive, successive governments, successive defeats or victories, successive years, successive weeks, successive months. And you can turn it into an adverb again, successively, successively. And some synonyms for successive: consecutive, sequential, and again one after another. The next word is penultimate. Penultimate. The penultimate item in this series is the second last item, second to last, the last but one. So in this queue of people with the man on the left at the front of the queue, the person in penultimate position is this lady, the red-haired lady. She is the penultimate person in the queue. Penultimate comes from the word ultimate. Ultimate can mean the best, but it can also mean the furthest. The prefix pen here then means almost. So penultimate means almost the furthest, almost the last. Some examples. The murder took place during the penultimate scene of the play. Now the football one here, Juventus clinched the title. Clinched here means won. So Juventus clinched the title in the penultimate game of the season, so with one game left. He gave his speech on the penultimate day of the conference. So some collocations for penultimate round, penultimate stage, penultimate phase, and for writing and for looking at books, penultimate chapter. Some synonyms: second to last and last but one you can use. Your next word is intermittent. Intermittent, something that happens occasionally and at irregular intervals. Irregular intervals happens intermittently. Now here's one. We often have a problem with rain in England. We get intermittent rain. So after 3 hours of intermittent rain, the day's tennis was abandoned. It means that we maybe had some rain and then it stopped for an hour, and then it started again. And then it stopped for 5 minutes and it started again. And then it stopped for 2 hours and then it stopped again. And then it rained for 30 minutes. It was intermittent. Essential maintenance work may lead to intermittent power outages. And to learn more about intermittent fasting, read The Fast Diet. Intermittent fasting is you maybe fast, you stop eating. You stop eating for 1 day, and then you eat for 5 days, and then you stop eating for 1 day, and then you eat for 2 days, and then you stop eating for 1 day. So it's intermittent. Intermittent rain is a common collocation. Intermittent pain. So you have some pain, it goes away, but it comes back maybe after a few months or a few days. And we get intermittent problems, intermittent faults. And again, you can turn intermittent into an adverb intermittently. And some synonyms. Occasional is a very good synonym for intermittent. Sporadic. Sporadic means the same thing as intermittent as well. Patchy. Patchy. We often have patchy rain. Periodic. That's a word we'll look at later as well. Periodic. Infrequent. And fitful. Fitful means kind of things start and stop, start and stop. Now here's the word periodic. This is for something that happens occasionally, like intermittent, but it suggests things happen occasionally at regular intervals, whereas intermittent was irregular intervals. So something that happens occasionally at regular intervals happens periodically. So here's a periodic checks. Periodic checks are taken to ensure that high standards are maintained. Her grandfather was suffering from periodic bouts of illness. We will issue updates to the app periodically, so maybe once a month or once every 2 months. So we often have periodic reviews, periodic updates, periodic reports, periodic payments. For the scientists amongst you, you may have heard of the periodic table of the elements. Now, I don't understand this at all, but I'm told that the periods are each row. Each row happens, there's something between each row, which is regular gaps. So the elements in the table appear at regular, periodic intervals. So here's the word periodic again. You can have the adverb periodically. Periodically. You can also have a noun, periodical. A periodical is a journal or a magazine that's published at regular intervals, for example once a month or once every 2 months. Academic journals are often called periodicals because they come out every month. So some synonyms: regular, at fixed intervals, recurrent, repeated, and these next two aren't quite synonyms, but again, in an IELTS reading or listening test, these are the kinds of words they might use. They might use words like annually or weekly, which means the same thing as periodical, periodically. Your next word is concurrent. Concurrent. Concurrent events happen at the same time. So two events happening at the same time are concurrent. Concurrent. The word current actually means something that's moving or running, like electric current or the current of a river. Con means with or together. So concurrent means things that are moving or running together. He will be serving 3 concurrent life sentences. They launch concurrent attacks by land, sea and air. So in a war you've got planes and soldiers and ships attacking concurrently. And more than 40 parties were being held concurrently in the city. Some collocations: you can have concurrent with, concurrent sentences, concurrent events. Concurrent symptoms for health: you might have several symptoms of a disease at the same time. Again, concurrently is the adverb concurrently. And some synonyms: at the same time, simultaneous. One that's not so common is coincident. Coincident is normally used as the adverb coincidentally. Coincidentally. So coincidentally means the same as concurrently. Coincide is similar to concurrent, but it has a more general meaning too. Again, so coincide, if one event coincides with another event, they happen at the same time. Coincide does have a more general meaning than concurrent, one to do with agreement. Let's look at some examples. Although his mental illness had coincided with his military service, it had not been caused by it, so the mental illness and the military service happened at the same time. The start of the solar and lunar years coincide every 13 years. This last sentence means their opinions agree. This is the agreement sense of coincide. Their opinions often coincide. And that doesn't mean they happen at the same time. It's that they agree. They are the same. Coincide with is a very common collocation. You can broadly coincide. So you almost completely coincide, but not quite. This is for agreements as well of ideas. Frequently coincide. Rarely coincide. Now, coincide is a verb, so you can have coincides, coinciding, coincided. But you can also turn it into a noun. Coincidence. So coincide, coincidence. Coincidence is when two or more related things happen at the same time, but by chance. It's a coincidence. So for coincide, some synonyms: concurrent, go along with, coexist, correspond. So there are your 7 time words: consecutive, successive, penultimate, intermittent, periodic, concurrent, and coincide. In this section, we're going to look at 7 words connected with basic processes, basic scientific processes. And here are the 7 words: boil, burn, cool, freeze, melt, heat, process. And here is the word boil. Boil. So when a hot liquid like water boils, or when you boil the liquid, bubbles appear in it and the liquid starts to turn into steam, also known as vapour, into a gas. So in this lake, the water is boiling and it's letting off steam. So some example sentences of the word: you slowly bring the water to the boil. Water boils at 100 degrees centigrade. And the next sentence is a paraphrase of this, another way of saying the same thing. The boiling point of water is 100 degrees centigrade. And some forms: well, boil is a verb, so boils. Boiling, which is also an adjective. You can say it is boiling today when it's very hot. The water is boiling. And boiled. And some collocations, just a couple. You can boil water, you can boil liquid. And when you raise the temperature of a liquid to boiling point, you bring it to the boil. So you bring to the boil. No synonyms for the word, so there you are, boil. And the next word is burn. Burn. If you burn a fuel, or if a fuel burns, it is used to produce things like heat, light, and energy. And here are some example sentences for burn. The power plant burns coal from Poland. Scientists are developing new fuels that burn more cleanly. A bulb filament, when exposed to the atmosphere, burns out. Burns out means it stops burning, so it goes out. And some forms for the word: burns, this is a verb, burns, burning, burned. In British English, we often spell it burnt. Burned and burnt, both of the third forms of the verb burn. And you can also use this as an adjective, so burnt food, burnt toast. Some collocations, so you burn something down. You can burn fuel. Something that burns very strongly, burns fiercely, burn fiercely. And you can be badly burned. So your food or a person can be badly burned. And some synonyms. These are synonyms for when we burn fuel. So you heat, you incinerate, combust. The word blaze has a very similar meaning to burn, but it's used differently. So for the word blaze, the fire blazed away for hours. You don't say the power plant blazes coal from Poland. You say the power plant burns coal from Poland. So this is for burning fuel. So there you are, burn. Your next word is cool. Cool. It means when something cools, or when you cool something, its temperature goes down. When you make the temperature of something go down, it cools. So after taking a sauna, cool yourself quickly in the snow. So reduce your body temperature in the snow. Large fans cool the engine to keep it working. There was a cooling breeze coming in off the ocean. A cooling breeze. Here is the use of the verb form, the present participle, as an adjective. So some of the verb forms: cools, cooling, cooled. And some collocations: cool down, cool off. You can cool water and cool air. That could be you can cool air, or you can have cool air. Chill is one of the synonyms I've thought of for cool, but chill is slightly different. Chill means to make something cold. So if you chill water, you make the water cold, whereas cool means to reduce the temperature, not necessarily to make it cold, and reduce temperature. So there you are. Your word, cool. The next word is freeze. Freeze. If a liquid freezes, or if a substance which contains a liquid freezes, then it becomes solid because of the very low temperature. It's when a liquid turns into a solid because it's very, very cold. For example, water freezes when the temperature drops below 0 degrees centigrade, when the temperature drops below 0 degrees centigrade. The ground froze solid. We're going to freeze to death. And some forms for the verb freezes, freezing, and this can be used as an adjective as well. So, and froze is the third form. No, it's not. It's the second form. It's the second form. Freeze, froze. The third form of the verb is frozen. Frozen. And again, that can be used as an adjective as well. Frozen food. And some collocations, words that go together. Freeze over. So the water can freeze over. Deep freeze. Something can freeze solid, and you can freeze to death if you're very cold. Some synonyms: harden is the only one I could think of. Harden. We often use harden when we're talking about the ground, the soil, the earth. When the ground freezes, it hardens. But otherwise, freeze doesn't have any synonyms there. So there you are, freeze. And the next word is heat. Heat. So when you heat something, you raise its temperature, you increase its temperature. So it's the opposite of the verb cool. You heat something up and you cool something down. And it can also be used as a noun when referring to warmth. Some example sentences: heat the water until it is boiling. Heat the leftover food in the microwave. The plants withered under the intense heat of the sun. And here heat is being used as a noun. It's an uncountable noun, which means warmth, the quality of being hot. So it's you can never say heats when it's a noun. So some forms: heats for the verb, heating. These are verb forms. Heated. Heated can be used as an adjective as well. And some common collocations: you heat water. You heat something up, so you can heat the water up. These are both verb forms, verb uses of the word, and these are noun uses. You generate heat, and you can have intense heat. Some synonyms: warm for the verb. You can warm liquid up, you can warm water, you can heat water, has the same meaning. Raise the temperature. Make hot. And some noun forms. Warmth is the kind of noun synonym. So there you are, heat. And the next word is melt. Melt. When a substance melts, or when you melt a substance, it changes, or it starts to change into a liquid, often because it's been heated or it's been left in the sun, because it's been left in heat. And melt is, in scientific terms, it's the opposite of the word freeze. So when you heat something, it turns from a solid into a liquid, so it melts. The opposite process is freeze. Similarly, cool is the opposite in scientific terms of heat. So when you heat something, it can melt. When you cool something down, it can freeze. So let's look at melt. The ice cream is melting. Oh no! Add the melted butter to the cake mixture. So this is for cooking. And melted here is an adjective, melted butter. Icebergs are melting because of global warming. And some forms then for the verb melts, melting, melted, which of course can also be used as an adjective. And some collocations: melt away. You melt something over, so you melt butter over the cooker. Snow melts. Glaciers melt. No synonyms, is a very precise word, melt. The next word is process. Process. And in a general sense, in general meaning, a process is a series of actions, some actions which are carried out in a particular order in order to achieve a particular result. And in biology and chemistry, a process is again a series of actions which often produce a change of some sort. So a series of actions. Plants synthesize food using a process known as photosynthesis. Arthritis occurs in elderly people as part of the aging process. You separate the contents of the blood using a process called centrifugation. And some forms for the word: process, processes, processes, that's the plural noun. And it can also be a verb, so processes, processing, processed. And the noun form, processor. And some collocations for process. We talk about a process of something, a gradual process, a complicated process, the healing process. And some synonyms: procedure, course, system. So process. So those are your 7 words for basic processes. Process, boil, burn, cool, freeze, melt, and heat. And don't forget now, do the practice quiz in the next lecture and complete the vocabulary record, which you can download from the resources for this lecture. Good luck with those. In this lecture, we're going to look at some vocabulary connected to scientific processes. And here are your 7 words: accelerate,
activate, condense, conduct, contaminate, contract, and deplete. So your first word is accelerate. Accelerate. Notice the pronunciation of accelerate. 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 If something accelerates, it gets faster and faster. Note, as well as the double C, you've got one L in the word accelerate. So, for example, growth will accelerate to 3% next year. The government will accelerate its privatisation programme. CCTV showed the car accelerating to 200 kilometres per hour, 200 kph. We often accelerate to something or by. Accelerate development, accelerate the process. An accelerate is a verb, so you can have accelerate, accelerating, accelerated. And the noun is acceleration, acceleration. The opposite of accelerate is decelerate. Decelerate, not de-accelerate, but decelerate. And here are some synonyms for accelerate. Step up, advance, hasten, increase, quicken and stimulate. Your next word is activate. Activate. If something is activated, then it starts, or rather causes something to start. It's often used with machinery, equipment and scientific processes. And you can see at the start of the word activate is act. Okay, if put it another way, an action starts and you can see the word act at the start. So for example, security cameras can be activated by movement. So they can be started by movement. I have a voice-activated computer. Heat activates enzymes. You can activate something by. You can activate a system, an alarm. You can also activate things automatically. Activate automatically. Now it's a verb, so you can have activates, activating, activated. Activation is the noun, and the opposite of activate is deactivate. And again, it's a verb, so you can have the same endings for that as well, for deactivate, deactivation. And some synonyms: trigger, stimulate, initiate, and start. Your next word is condense. Condense. When a gas or a water vapour is condensed, it becomes a liquid. So here is a pan of meatballs. Now some of the water in the pan has condensed on the bottom of the lid. It's turned back into water. So water vapour condenses to form clouds. As air rises, it becomes cooler and the moisture condenses. So you can condense into, condense out of. So condense is a verb, so you can have condenses, condensing, condensed. And the noun for condense changes the spelling a little bit. Condensation. Condensation. So you need to add an A instead of the E. So notice this shift in stress from condense to condensation. Our next word is conduct. Conduct. Now this word has lots of different meanings. So for example, a conductor in an orchestra conducts the orchestra. A researcher carries out or conducts research. You can also have a code of conduct. which is like a set of rules. There you're using the noun. But in science, what we're going to look at is some materials let heat and electricity go through it. So those materials conduct heat and electricity. So for example, here are some electrical pylons or towers and the electrical cables. And the cables are conducting electricity. So note the stress on the verb as well. Conduct, conduct. Stress on the second syllable. We say conduct when we're using the noun. And the word conduct is all about behaviour, as in a code of conduct or criminal conduct. But when we use the verb, which is what I'm going to look at here, stress the second syllable, conduct. So, water conducts heat faster than air. The molecule did not conduct electricity. So there you've got heat and electricity. This third example relates to the use of conduct as carrying out something. So the scientist is conducting research into a cure for cancer. Some common collocations: conduct heat, conduct electricity, conduct business. This is again the carry out meaning. And conduct research. Conducts, conducting, these are the different forms. Conducted. Conduction is the noun, but you can also have the noun conductivity. Conductivity. So the conductivity of metal is very high. Metal conducts electricity very well and heat very well. It's got good conductivity. The first three words, the first three synonyms here, relate to conducting heat and electricity, a kind of transport sense of the word. So carry, transport and send. These next three relate to carrying out, a sense of conduct as in carrying out, carry out, handle and administer. Here's the next word, contaminate. Contaminate. If something is contaminated, it becomes dirty or harmful or even dangerous, like this water here. This water is contaminated, maybe by chemicals from a factory. Things can be contaminated by oil, dirt, chemicals, even radiation. So a chemical spill contaminated the river. The river was contaminated by a chemical spill. So here we're using the active in the first sentence and the passive in the second sentence. This next sentence uses the verb as an adjective, so thousands of people fell ill because of contaminated water. So contaminated there is an adjective. So we often use contaminate with water, contaminated water, contaminate the sea, contaminated by chemicals, contaminated with chemicals. You can use both there. Here are the different forms: contaminating, contaminated, and the noun contamination, contamination. Some synonyms for contaminate: pollute, harm, poison, infect. Here's the next word, contract. Contract. Again, contract can have lots of different meanings. It can be a noun, which you would say contract, which is a legal document, or it can be a verb, contract, contract, which is what I'm going to look at here as I'm looking at scientific processes. Now, when something contracts, it becomes smaller or thinner or shorter. When metal gets hot, it expands, but when it cools, it contracts, which is a big problem for metal railway tracks which expand when it gets hot and contract when they get cool. Blood is expelled from the heart, pushed out of the heart when it contracts. Metal contracts when it cools. And here's a more general use of the word. The Greek economy contracted by 2% last year. So it basically means things get smaller. Expand and contract goes together. Often muscles contract. Things can contract rhythmically or rapidly. And the different forms of the word: contracts, contracting, contracted. And contraction is the process. It's a noun. So some synonyms for contract: get smaller, narrow, decrease, decline, shrink. So shrink means something that gets smaller. The final word is deplete. Deplete. Deplete means you use something up. It literally means you empty out something. So you use up, you deplete a store of something. And deplete means you reduce the amount in this store. So you can deplete your store of food. So it suggests that you use something up that you already have. So for example, some chemicals deplete the ozone layer. Things like stress, illness and environmental pollution deplete your energy levels. The Russian central bank's reserves were rapidly depleted during the recent currency crisis. So their reserves of money, of dollars, were depleted. So you deplete resources, you deplete reserves and funds, and you increasingly, or with the environment these days, you deplete the ozone layer too. So depletes is one of the forms: depleting, depleted, and depletion is the noun. So here are some synonyms for deplete: consume and empty, use up, diminish, reduce, and drain. So there are your 7 words for scientific processes: accelerate, activate, condense, conduct, contaminate, contract, and deplete. In this lecture, I'm going to take you through 10 words connected with scientific processes. And here are the 10 words: dissolve, evaporate, filter, extract, harness, synthesize, and dilute. So here's your first word: dissolve. Dissolve. You can dissolve. Notice, by the way, the z sounds dis. Not dis, but dis. Dissolve. You can dissolve some substances, such as sugar and salt, in water. So if you add sugar to water and stir it, the sugar breaks up into tiny pieces. It dissolves. So you can't see it anymore. For example, so salt and sugar dissolve in water. Here is an instruction: shake the vial gently to dissolve the mixture. A vial is a bit like a test tube. We'll dissolve our partnership immediately. So here, dissolve is not a scientific use. It's for breaking up a business partnership. So it can be used more widely than chemistry. Basically means break up. You dissolve something in. You can dissolve something rapidly or slowly. And completely. You can dissolve something completely. The sugar completely dissolved. It's a verb, dissolve, so you can have dissolves, dissolving and dissolved. There is a noun, which is dissolution. Here, by the way, you have the dis, not the dis, but dis sound, dissolution. But this isn't really used in science. Dissolution means an organisation or a system that is broken up. It's often used in history. In fact, we talk about the dissolution of the monasteries, when the monasteries were broken up and banned from the English church. So some synonyms for dissolve: break up. Liquefy is a possible synonym as well, but it's a very specialised word. Some people think that melt is a synonym of dissolve or disappear, but not really. That's not a very scientific way to look at the word dissolve. Breaking up is the best one, I think. Your next word is evaporate. Evaporate. When a liquid evaporates, it turns into a gas. It goes into the air. So here you have a hot cup of coffee on a cold day. So you can see the steam, the vapour, rising from the coffee into the cold air. So the water in the coffee is evaporating into the air. I use the word vapour. You can see the word vapour here in the word evaporate. Steam is also called water vapour. So a liquid that turns into a gas is known as a vapour. Evaporate. For example, moisture is drawn to the surface of the fabric and evaporates. Seawater evaporates into the air to form clouds. The warm morning sun evaporated the dew on the grass. The dew. Dew is water that appears on grass early in the morning. You can evaporate into, such as into the air. Things evaporate quickly or slowly. Water evaporates. Those are very common collocations. Evaporate is a verb. So evaporates, evaporating, evaporated. And evaporation is the noun. Evaporation. And some synonyms for evaporate: dissipate, disappear, possibly. Vaporize is a nice one. Vaporize sounds a bit like Star Trek, though. Dry out. And your next word is filter. Filter. If you filter a substance, you pass the substance through something which separates or removes smaller substances. So, for example, here's a coffee filter. It's made of paper. You pour hot water through the coffee, and the water, well, that carries small pieces of coffee into the jug underneath, and it leaves the large pieces of coffee in the coffee filter. Here are some examples of the word filter. First, filter the water to clean it. The liver filters toxins from the body. Toxins are like poisons. Use a water filter before drinking. Very important. So you can filter water, filter out, filter through. And again, filter is a verb, filtering, filtered. And here's a noun. Now, watch what happens to the ending here. That's how you spell filtration. Filtration. It's a very common misspelling, but filtration is the process of filtering something. So the E in filter is dropped. So not filtration, but filtration. Filtration. Some synonyms for filter: clean, purify, refine. Sift. Sift is usually used when you filter out big objects like stones and rocks from soil. And then the word strain. Strain is often used when you pour hot water through tea leaves. So you strain tea, but you filter coffee. Here's your next word, extract. Extract. If you extract something, you remove it, you take it out, like this poor boy in the dentist. The dentist is extracting a tooth from the boy's mouth. The dentist is taking the tooth out of the mouth, removing it, extracting the tooth. Extract. Okay, extract. Watch the ending here, bouncing. Extract. You stress the second syllable here. Extract can be used as a verb or a noun, but as is often the case with English words, we tend to stress the second syllable in a verb. When we use this word as a noun, we say extract. Extract. So if it's a noun, you tend to stress the first syllable. In this lecture, I'll focus on the verb extract. Extract. So the dentist extracted my tooth. Extract can be connected with information too. The police questioned him for hours. They wanted to extract information from him. Citric acid can be extracted from oranges and lemons. So you can extract things from, extract something from, extract information. Very common collocation actually. Extract oil from the ground. So here we have as a verb extracts, extracting, extracted. You can also use this as a noun. You can turn the verb into a noun to get the word extraction. So the dentist performed an extraction on his teeth. Not often used though, that word. But here are some synonyms for extract: remove, draw out, derive, glean. You often glean information. Pull and elicit. Your next word is harness. Harness. If you harness something, you bring it under your control and you use it. Now here is a horse in a harness. We have, by using the harness, we've harnessed the power of the horse. We control the horse, but not only do we control the horse, we can now use the horse to pull things. So we've controlled it and now we can use it. Some more examples. We use solar panels to harness the power of the sun. Turkey plans to harness the waters of the Euphrates River to make hydroelectric power. We want to harness international support to achieve our aims. So you often harness support, harness knowledge, harness energy, and with an adverb you can harness things effectively. If it's as using as a verb, harnesses is the present simple. Harnessing, harnessed. Harness is also a noun, so a horse wears a harness. Some synonyms: make use of, utilize, exploit, and control. But remember, harness is kind of a combination of control and make use of. Tame. Tame is closer to control. Doesn't really suggest using something. Channel. Your next word is synthesize. Synthesize. When you synthesize something, you make a substance using chemical or biological reactions. But you can also synthesize ideas, which means bringing ideas together. Synthesize. Now, I've spelt it here with a Z. That's quite a common spelling, especially in American English. In British English, you can also spell it with an ISE ending. British English tends to use lots of ISE endings, whereas American English prefers IZE endings, but both are correct. In fact, I'm British, but I tend to use the IZE endings myself. Some examples. After extensive research, Albert Hofmann succeeded in synthesizing acid. Vitamins cannot be synthesized by the human body. It was their aim to synthesize these factors into a comprehensive view of life. Some common collocations here: synthesize in, synthesize protein, synthesize molecules, and synthesize ideas. Incidentally, when you synthesize proteins and molecules, you make them. You make proteins, you make molecules. But when you synthesize ideas, you bring ideas together, maybe making a new idea as well. So synthesize is a verb, synthesizes, synthesizing, synthesized. You can also have an adjective, synthetic. We often have synthetic materials, so clothes that are made from chemical or artificial materials are synthetic materials, not natural ones. And synthesis. When you bring ideas together, you create a synthesis of ideas. And some synonyms for synthesis, for synthesize: combine, make whole, bring together, make. And our last word is dilute. Dilute. You dilute a liquid. If you dilute a liquid, it becomes weaker. We often dilute liquids with water, but you can also dilute ideas, which make ideas weaker. So, for example, if you give orange juice to your baby, always dilute it with water, make it weaker, because the acid is too strong for babies. The chemicals seeping from the contaminated land quickly diluted in the water. Here's one for ideas. Their ideas tend to dilute the significance of the Holocaust. This one is about making ideas weaker, diluting an idea. So you dilute something with something. You can also dilute by, and you often dilute solutions as well. As a verb, dilutes, diluting, diluted. You can also have the noun dilution. The process of diluting something is called a dilution. And some synonyms for dilute: weaken, water down, lessen, and here's a nice word, temper. Temper. You often temper ideas, you make them less extreme. So there are your 7 scientific processes words: dissolve, evaporate, filter, extract, harness, synthesize, and dilute.
In this lecture, we're going to look at 7 words connected with scientific processes. And here are the 7 words: circulate, emit, flow, form, generate, rotate, vaporize. The next word is circulate. Circulate. When something circulates, it moves easily and freely within a closed space or a closed system. And it comes from the word circle. That's not how you spell circle, but the word is derived from circle. Some example sentences. He caught the disease via a virus which circulates in the bloodstream. The power required to circulate the air through a mine increases with the velocity of the air current. The circulation of blood around the body is controlled by the heart. And it's a verb, so you talk about circulates, circulating, circulated, and the noun form is circulation. Some common collocations. You circulate around something. Blood circulates, air circulates, and we can talk about the circulation of something. Some synonyms. Flow, go around, so blood goes around the body, move around, travel around. Circulate. The next word is emit. Emit. If something emits heat or light or gas or a smell, it produces it and sends it out through physical and chemical processes. So, for example, the device emits powerful beams of light. The amount of carbon dioxide emitted by cars continues to increase. Carbon emissions are the main cause of global warming. So the verb emit, to emit, emits, emitting, emitted, and emission is the noun form, emission. Some collocations. Emit radiation, emit a signal. A plant emits oxygen, and we also talk about carbon emissions. Some synonyms. Give off, release, discharge, secrete. And the last one, spew. It's kind of informal word. It's also has kind of bad sense to it. When a lot of bad gas or pollution is given out, it spews out those bad things. So, for example, in the factory here, it's spewing out gas, carbon, pollution. Emit. The next word is flow. Flow. If a liquid or a gas or an electrical current flows somewhere, it moves there steadily and continuously and easily. It moves easily and continuously. For example, a stream flowed into the valley. The current flows into electric motors, which power the turbine. As it gets very hot during use, it should only be used in a room with a free flow of cool air. So it's a verb, can be used as a verb. Flows, flowing, flowed. And some common collocations. Flow into something. Current flows, electric current, water current flows, blood flows. And we also talk about the blood flow. Some synonyms. Move, circulate,
proceed, glide. And pour. Pour has a sense of being fast, fast movement. So water pours into the valley. A lot of it moves into the valley. Flow. The next word is form. Form. When something natural forms, or when something natural is formed, it begins to exist. It starts to exist and develop. For example, a mountain range. These are the Tetons in the United States. So the mountain range was formed by a natural process. Some example sentences. The stars must have formed between 10 and 15 billion years ago. Huge ice sheets were formed during the Ice Age. The Tetons only started to form around 9 million years ago. So some forms for the word form. Forms, these are verb forms. Forms, forming, formed. A noun form is formation. Formation. So a star forms, a blood clot forms, clouds form. It's a plural form of the word form. And gradually form. Some synonyms. Develop, grow, appear, build, form. The next word is generate. Generate. If you generate something, you cause it to begin and develop. It's often used with power and energy. You generate energy with a wind turbine. A wind turbine generates lots of energy. The government said the policies would generate new jobs. The steam engine burns coal to generate power. When in use, the machinery quickly generates lots of heat. So it's a verb, so generates, generating, generated. And the noun form, generation. So the generation of power, power generation. Some collocations. We generate power, generate energy, generate electricity. You can also generate excitement. Some synonyms. Produce, create, cause, make, bring about, generate. The next word is rotate. Rotate. When something rotates, or when you rotate it, it turns with a circular motion. For example, the Earth rotates around the sun. A motor rotates the blades. Rotate your ankle to stretch the ligaments. It's a verb, so rotates, rotating, rotated. And a noun form is rotation, rotation. Some collocations. Well, the Earth rotates. And you can rotate around something. Rotate gently. And you can rotate clockwise. Some common synonyms are revolve, turn, spin, circle. Rotate. And your next word is vaporize. Vaporize. If a liquid or a solid vaporizes, or if you vaporize a liquid or a solid, it changes into a gas or a vapor. A vapor is another word for gas. And in the picture you can see some water vaporizing, turning into steam at Yellowstone National Park. Note the spelling of vaporize, Z on the end. That suggests it's an American English spelling. The British English spelling is ISE on the end. However, in normal usage, most British people will use the Z form. Also notice there's an O in the middle, not OU as in colour for the British English spelling. It's spelt the same way in British and American English. To confuse things though, in British English, vapour is spelt with an OU in the middle. Vapour with just an O is the American English spelling. Here are some example sentences. When the meteor struck the Earth, it vaporized. The oil vaporized and formed a huge cloud of gas. Aeroplanes usually leave a vapor trail behind them. So vapor here is spelt in the British English way. So vaporize is a verb, so vaporizes, vaporizing, vaporized. Some collocations. Water vaporizes, liquids vaporize, and also solids, rocks, vaporize. Some synonyms. You can use evaporate when it's a liquid that vaporizes, it's evaporate. Destroy. Destroy is not an exact synonym of vaporize, but you often see this in the movies. So when you vaporize the bad guys with your laser gun, they die and they disappear, so you've destroyed them. But scientifically, it's not an exact synonym. Vaporize. So those are your 7 words for scientific processes: circulate, emit, flow, form, generate, rotate, vaporize. So now it's over to you. Do the practice quiz and also complete the vocabulary record, which you can download and print out.
In this lecture, we're going to look at 7 words connected with forces. These are the 7 words: force, dynamic, motion, friction, kinetic, momentum, propel.
And the first word is force. Force. A force is the pulling effect or the pushing effect that something has on something else, that one object has on something else. For example, the Earth's gravitational force was first understood by Newton. Powerful magnetic forces trap particles in the Van Allen belt. Love is the only force capable of transforming an enemy into a friend. So some forms. Forces is the plural form, of course. And some collocations. We talk about the force of something, such as the force of gravity. And we can switch this around and talk about gravitational force. Another common collocation is electromagnetic force. So force. And your next word is dynamic. Dynamic. A dynamic process is one that is constantly changing. And in science, dynamics are forces that create change and movement. It's the study of forces that create change and movement. Some example sentences. Scientists observe similar dynamics in fluids. He was a specialist in the field of fluid dynamics. This new flu strain is a dynamic and evolving worldwide epidemic. This is a more general use of the word dynamic to suggest a change, something that's changing. So dynamic is an adjective. Dynamics is the study of dynamics of things that are moving. It's an uncountable noun. We talk about the dynamics of something. For example, the dynamics of fluids. We understand or try to understand dynamics, and scientists talk about the underlying dynamics of something. Some synonyms. These are synonyms for the more general use of dynamic, as meaning something that is changing. So changing, active, energetic, as well as changing, something that is dynamic, changes and has energy. Similarly, vigorous, dynamic.
The next word is motion. Motion. If something is in motion, then it is continually moving or changing position. Like the balls in this picture, they are in constant motion. They are continually moving because they pass the energy, the force between the balls. Let's look at some example sentences. The motion of planets is studied by physicists. So physicists study how planets move. Newton's laws of motion laid the foundation for classical physics. The rocking motion of the boat made me feel sick. People get seasick because of the motion of boats. Some common collocations: planetary motion, perpetual motion. This means that something moves all the time. Motion sensor, motion sickness. So if you're in a car or in a boat, you can get motion sickness. Some synonyms for the word: movement, action, and you could also use the word change in certain contexts. Motion. And the next word is friction. Friction. Friction is the natural physical force that prevents one surface from sliding easily over another surface. So in this picture, the man is pushing a tyre along the ground, but it's very difficult for him because there is a lot of friction between the tyre and the ground. So let's look at some example sentences. Friction between two surfaces produces heat. So when two surfaces rub together, it causes friction and it creates heat. Putting oil in the machine reduces friction. So if you want to make friction lower, put in some oil, a lubricant. The hinge was oiled and didn't squeak because the friction had been reduced. So often hinges on doors make noises because of friction. Here's one form of the word, frictionless. So when there is no friction, it's frictionless. Some collocations, we often talk about friction between things.
when you can reduce friction or increase friction. No synonyms for the word because it's a very precise word. Friction.
The next word is kinetic. Kinetic. In physics, the word kinetic is used to describe something that is concerned with movement. It's a form of energy that gives objects the power to move. For example, kinetic energy is shown in body movements such as physical exercise. The kinetic energy of the gas molecules gradually dissipated. Kinetic cues come from either your own movement or the motion of an object. Some different forms. Kinetics is the study of motion and its causes. It's a branch of science, something that you study. You study kinetics. Kinetically is the adverb for kinetic. And some collocations. We talk about kinetic energy, kinetic theory, kinetic stress, and kinetic conditions. No synonyms for the word. It's a very precise word. Kinetic. And the next word is momentum. Momentum. If a process or a movement gains momentum, it keeps developing or happening more and more quickly, and it becomes less likely to stop. Like, for example, this car is gathering momentum, it's unlikely to stop. In science, momentum has a very precise definition. It can be calculated. There is actually an equation in science. So the mass of a moving object multiplied by its speed gives you an object's momentum in science. Here are some example sentences. Her election campaign was gaining momentum. The position and momentum of particles varies over time. The gravity of Jupiter robs comets of much of their orbital momentum. And we talk about the momentum of something. We often talk about how things gather momentum or maintain momentum or lose momentum. And some synonyms: impetus, acceleration, push, impulse, thrust, and propulsion. Momentum. Your next word is propel. Propel. If you propel something in a particular direction, then you make it move in that direction. You make something move when you propel it. Some example sentences. The rocket will propel the spacecraft to Jupiter. The army won the battle by using rocket-propelled grenades. He invented an engine that improved the propulsion of ships. Propulsion is the noun form of the verb propel. Here's another noun form. Aeroplanes were powered using propellers until the 1950s. Some forms. It's a verb, so propels, propelling. Note the double L and propelled. Let's look at those noun forms as well. Propulsion. So you propel a rocket. You can propel a ball.
Something can be rocket propelled, so propelled by a rocket. And you propel something forward. Propel forward. And some synonyms for propel: drive, launch, thrust, move, push, and shoot. You can shoot a rocket into space. Propel.
So those are the 7 words then for forces: force, dynamic, motion, friction, kinetic, momentum, propel. So go on now to the practice quiz and the vocabulary record.
In this lecture, we're going to look at 7 words connected with scientific phenomena. And those 7 words are phenomenon, current, nuclear, power, pressure, property, solar. And the next word is phenomenon. Phenomenon. A phenomenon is something that is seen to happen or exist, and it's often used for interesting, unique, strange things. This is a picture of the Northern Lights, which is a beautiful phenomenon. Here are some example sentences. There are usually scientific explanations for natural phenomena. Phenomena is the plural form of the word. The El Niño weather phenomenon may strike again this year. In the early 1980s, US doctors began to notice a strange phenomenon. So phenomenon is singular, phenomena is the plural form of the noun. And some common collocations. We talk about an interesting phenomenon, widespread phenomenon, strange phenomenon, and we can investigate a phenomenon. Some similar words: occurrence, experience, incident, aspect, phenomenon. And the next word is current. Current. A current is the steady and continuous flowing movement of water, and it can also apply to the flow of electricity. An electric current. An electric current is the flow of electricity through a wire of an electrical circuit. Note the spelling of current is E-N-T when you're talking about the flow of something. Current with an A, the A-N-T ending, is something completely different. Something you can eat. So these are currents with an A, but we're going to look at the current with an E. For example, a powerful electric current is passed through transmission pylons. A current of electricity is a steady flow of electrons. We often talk about the current of something, such as the current of electricity, or an electric current, and a strong current. Very precise word, no synonyms for the word current. The next word is nuclear. Nuclear. Nuclear means relating to the nuclei of atoms, or to the energy released when these nuclei in the atoms are split or combined. For example, nuclear fission involves the splitting of atoms, which releases energy. Nuclear fission. He was a pioneering nuclear physicist. The man in the picture is Robert Oppenheimer. They demanded the removal of all nuclear weapons from the Korean Peninsula. So nuclear also relates to nuclear weapons. We talk about nuclear power, nuclear energy a lot. Nuclear physicist, nuclear weapons, and two important scientific terms, nuclear fission. Nuclear fission is the splitting of the atom to release energy. Nuclear fusion is the combining of atoms to release energy. Some synonyms. The most common one is atomic. Atomic. So you can talk about atomic weapons, atomic energy. Nuclear. And your next word is power. Power. Power is energy, especially when we talk about electricity. We often use the terms electricity and power in the same way. Some example sentences. Wind power is a renewable source of energy. Burning coal to generate power adds to global warming. Some specially built vehicles can be powered by hydrogen. So powers, if you're using the verb form, powers, it powers, powering, powered. These are all the verb forms. And some common collocations. We generate power. We get power from something. Power from the sun, for example. A power cable. Power supply. And things can be powered by something. For example, powered by steam. And a battery powers something. Something can be battery powered. Some synonyms for power. We can talk about energy. It's very similar to power and electricity. And some verb synonyms. When we talk about power as a verb, operate is a similar word, has a similar meaning. Power. And the next word is pressure. Pressure. Pressure is a force that you produce when you press hard on something. The pressure in a place or a container is the force produced by the quantity of gas or liquid in that place or container. That's a kind of more scientific term for the word, use of the word. And you can remember it with press. So when you press on something, you create pressure. Some example sentences. An area of intense low atmospheric pressure led to a hurricane. Firefighters use water at very high pressures. The pressure rose so quickly that the gas exploded. Some common collocations. We talk a lot about high pressure and low pressure, air pressure. Pressure rises. And you can also raise the pressure of something. Similarly, pressure falls. Some synonyms for pressure is quite a precise word. There's a word, you could use the word strength in certain circumstances or strain. These are kind of general senses, general meanings for the word pressure. Or load. and compression. But as I say, it's a precise word. We always say water pressure, never water strength. Pressure. The next word is property. Property. The properties of a substance or an object are the ways in which it behaves in particular conditions. That's in its scientific sense. The ways in which something behaves. For example, a radio signal has both electrical and magnetic properties. The electromagnetic properties of electrons are caused by spinning. Liquids have the property of being fluid and of viscosity. Some forms, the plural is properties. Some collocations, the property of something. For example, the properties of liquid, the properties of an electron, magnetic properties, and some synonyms. We talk about characteristics or feature as well as property. Property. Here's your next word. Solar. Solar. Solar is used to describe things related to the sun. For example, tomorrow night there will be a total solar eclipse. Snow and ice reflect 80% of solar radiation back into space. A solar-powered water heater significantly reduces electricity consumption. Some common collocations: solar power or solar powered, solar radiation, solar energy. Solar. So there are your 7 words for scientific phenomena. Phenomenon, current, nuclear, power, pressure, property, solar. So now, have a go at the practice quiz to learn the words better and complete the vocabulary record. In this lecture, we're going to look at 7 words connected with substances. Substances. And the 7 words are substance, chemical, fuel, gas, liquid, metal, oil. Your first word is substance. Substance. A substance is a very general scientific term. It can refer to any kind of solid, such as a powder, or even a liquid or a gas, but a substance has particular properties. For example, some cigarettes contain poisonous substances. The substance causing the problem is found in wheat. He was found guilty of taking a banned substance. So the plural of substance, of course, substances. Substances. And some collocations: a toxic substance, a poisonous substance, an illegal substance. The last one is useful, also known as drug abuse. It's substance abuse. An oily substance, a powdery substance, a waxy substance, a chemical substance. So these 4 describe different types of substance. Some synonyms: material, stuff. Stuff is a very, very general word. Item, object. substance. And the next word is chemical. Chemical. A chemical is the substance that something is made of, and it's also connected with reactions between substances. For example, CFCs caused chemical reactions that depleted the ozone layer. Soldiers exposed to chemical weapons report long-term health problems. The food chain is affected by the overuse of chemicals in agriculture. So chemicals is a plural noun, and you can turn chemical into an adverb, chemically. For example, chemically treated food, or the drug chemically affects your thought processes. Some common collocations: chemical reaction, chemical agent, so these are uses of chemical as an adjective. These are next to a noun, so we talk about dangerous chemicals and synthetic chemicals. Chemical. Here's your next word. Fuel. Fuel. It's a substance that is burned to provide heat and energy, and typical fuels are oil, coal, and gas. For example, the car ran out of fuel and had to pull over, had to stop. The government is funding research into cleaner fuels. The country needs to cut its fuel consumption. Some common collocations: we use fuel, burn fuel, you can run out of fuel, consume fuel. We also talk about fossil fuel, nuclear fuel, fuel prices, and fuel efficiency. This one is often used talking about cars. Cars need to be fuel efficient. Some synonyms: energy source and combustible. Fuel. And your next word is gas. Gas. Gas is a substance that is neither liquid nor solid. So it's a third state of matter, like air. And it's also used to describe a type of fuel that you can burn. It's an uncountable noun. Note that in American English, gas is also a name for the substance you put into your car. It's actually short for gasoline, but Americans just call it gas, even though it's actually a liquid. Some example sentences: coal is a cheaper fuel source than gas. BP signed a contract to develop oil and gas reserves in Siberia. The president agreed to the construction of a gas pipeline across the country. Some common collocations: natural gas, gas reserves, gas supply, gas pipeline. Gas. And your next word is liquid. Liquid. A liquid is a substance which is not solid, but it flows and it can be poured like water. For example, you must drink plenty of liquid during the day. The explosion was caused by flammable liquid. At room temperature, fats are solid and oil is liquid. So liquid, the plural of course is liquids. but it's also a verb as well, to liquefy. So when you turn a solid or a gas into a liquid, you liquefy it. Some common collocations: you pour a liquid, you absorb a liquid, you can have flammable liquids. The fourth form here, you can use liquid as an adjective, liquid hydrogen. And some synonyms: fluid. But you can't use this, for example, as fluid hydrogen. You don't use fluid in exactly the same way as liquid. Liquid. The next word is metal. Metal. Metal is a hard substance such as iron, steel, gold, or lead. For example, the roof is made of corrugated sheet metal. They found rich deposits of precious metals. The belt is made of leather and metal. It's a noun, but you can also turn it into an adjective, metallic. Metallic. Some common collocations: precious metal, scrap metal, piece of metal, sheet of metal. Metal. And your next word is oil. Oil. Oil is a smooth, dark liquid which is used as a fuel, and it is often found deep underground, often under the sea, and it's also used to make parts of machines run more smoothly, to lubricate them, and it's also used for cooking as well. It's a very versatile substance. The rig produces around 1,000 barrels of oil per day. The price of oil continues to fall. Some Gulf states have tried to reduce their dependency on oil exports. Some collocations: oil prices, oil production, oil rig, oil well. Oil. So there are your 7 words for substances: substance, chemical, fuel, gas, liquid, metal, oil. Remember, do the practice quiz and complete the vocabulary record. These will help you learn the words more completely. In this lecture, we're going to look at 7 words connected with scientific research. And the 7 words are device, instrument, law, pioneer, sample, specimen, trial. The next word is device. Device. A device is an object that has been invented for a particular purpose, for example, the recording or measuring of something. For example, the device can track where you are at any time. He touched the communications device to activate it. She used the device to measure the speed of light. We talk about an electronic device, a mechanical device, a wireless device, and you can use a device. Some synonyms: machine, instrument, gadget. Now, gadget is an informal word for a device, especially an electronic device. Contraption. That's quite an old-fashioned word for device. and mechanism. Device. And the next word is instrument. Instrument. In science, an instrument is a specialized tool or device that is used to do a particular task or activity. So, for example, in surgery, a variety of instruments are used. Weather is predicted using dozens of scientific instruments. Doctors sterilize their instruments prior to surgery. Some common collocations: you can have an instrument for a particular task, a scientific instrument, you sterilize an instrument, and you can have an asensitive instrument. And some synonyms: tool, device, mechanism, apparatus, equipment. When you have lots of instruments, you have equipment as an uncountable noun. Apparatus. Again, you can have it twice. Instrument. The next word is law. Law. In scientific research, a law is a scientific conclusion which explains a particular natural process, and they are based on repeated scientific experiments and observations over many years. And some example sentences: Einstein's work developed new laws of physics. Newton's laws of motion helped us to understand gravity. Physical laws are conclusions which have become accepted universally within the scientific community. We talk about the law of something, for example, the law of motion, law of physics, physical laws. And some synonyms: principle and rule. Law. And your next word is pioneer. Pioneer. Someone who is referred to as a pioneer in a particular activity is one of the first people to be involved in this activity, or someone who makes a significant new development in it. So, for example, he was one of the pioneers of genetic engineering. John von Neumann was a pioneer in computer science. Now, you can also use the word pioneer as a verb. So let's just change this sentence a little bit. John von Neumann pioneered computer science. So I'm using this as a verb now. And you can also turn the verb around and make it a passive. So instead of John von Neumann pioneered computer science, you can say computer science was pioneered by John von Neumann. So pioneer, the plural of the noun is pioneers, but of course it's a verb. So pioneers, pioneering, pioneered. And some collocations: you can be a pioneer in something or a pioneer of. You can be a pioneering scientist, and pioneered by. Some synonyms: innovator, leader, developer, founder, inventor. Pioneer. The next word is sample. Sample. A sample of a substance is a small amount of it that can be examined and analysed scientifically. So, for example, samples of blood were taken for DNA testing. The mission would collect rock and soil samples from the planet. The doctor took some tissue samples to help diagnose the disease. So the plural of sample, of course, is samples, but you can also use it as a verb to sample. Sampling, sampled. And some common collocations: you take a sample, you gather samples, you can test a sample, and a blood sample. Some synonyms: specimen, example, fragment, piece, sample. And the next word is specimen. Specimen. A specimen is a single plant or animal which is an example of that particular species or animal or type or substance. And it can be examined by scientists to tell them about something about the species or the animal as a whole. So, for example, thousands of specimens of bacteria are kept at the laboratory. They gathered a number of fossil specimens from the cliff face. He found the perfect specimen of this rare plant. And of course, the plural of specimen is specimens, specimens. And some collocations: a specimen of something. You collect specimens, you gather specimens, and you can find the perfect specimen. Some synonyms: sample, example, exemplar, illustration, specimen. And the next word is trial. Trial. In science, a trial is an experiment in which you test something by using it or doing it for a period of time. This is to see how well it works. So if something is on trial, it is being tested. So trial comes from the word try. When you try something. For example, patients have been treated with this drug in clinical trials. The robots have been on trial for the past 3 years. The new treatment has been undergoing trials. So trials is the plural form. Something can be on trial, to be on trial. And a trial period, a clinical trial, and you conduct a trial. And some synonyms: test, investigation, pilot, analysis, trial. So those are your 7 words for scientific research: device, instrument, law, pioneer, sample, specimen, trial. So now, do the practice quiz and complete the vocabulary record.
So in this lecture, we're going to look at education words, 7 education words, and they are curriculum, syllabus, scholar, literate, vocational, apprentice, and pedagogy. So your first word is curriculum. Curriculum. A curriculum is everything that is studied in a school or a college or a university, and also in a school system, such as a school system within a country or a state. Governments in many countries write out the curriculum that schools must follow, and they call this the national curriculum or the state curriculum. Here's the word curriculum again. The start of the word cur is actually a Latin word or part of a Latin word which means course. And here are some example sentences. There should be a broader curriculum in place for students aged 16 to 18, so that means a wider curriculum. Russian is the one compulsory foreign language on the school curriculum. The curriculum was meagre, the teaching poor, and discipline cruel. Sounds like a lovely school. And some collocations with curriculum. Curriculum reform, so when you want to change the curriculum. School curriculum. National curriculum. And here's that phrase, to broaden, to widen the curriculum. Curriculums is one of the forms of the plural, but technically, because it's a Latin word, curriculum, the plural is curricula. So you will see both curricula and curriculums being used for the plural. And some synonyms for curriculum: educational program, syllabus, and that's it. And in fact, our next word is syllabus. There is a slight difference between curriculum and syllabus. A syllabus is really the things taught in a particular subject or a particular course. So it's often used to talk about the content you learn for an exam. Although the terms curriculum and syllabus are often used interchangeably, curriculum and syllabus are really slightly different. A curriculum is bigger, broader than a syllabus. So a curriculum might contain lots of syllabuses or syllabi. Here are some uses of the word syllabus. The GCSE history syllabus is very extensive. The GCSE is a course in British schools for 14 to 16-year-olds. The teacher will follow the syllabus outlined in the course book. The course syllabus outlines everything you need to know for the IELTS exam. Some typical collocations: you teach a syllabus, follow a syllabus, and you have subject syllabuses or syllabi, like the maths syllabus or the science syllabus. So you see here, the last two examples, we talk about a syllabus for a subject, like maths or science or history. But in the previous section, the previous word curriculum, we had school curriculum and national curriculum. There's the difference. You can use, a bit like curriculum, syllabus is one of the plurals, but technically, because it's another Latin word, the plural is syllabi. So you will see syllabi and syllabuses used. They're both correct. Some synonyms for syllabus. Like I said before, curriculum, not exactly the same, but they're often used as if they were the same. Program of study and course outline are closer synonyms for syllabus. Next word, scholar. Now, a scholar is someone who studies an academic subject. It used to be used in Britain to refer to school-aged students, but today certainly in Britain, we normally now use the word pupil or student, but they can be used to mean the same thing, especially in nasty reading questions. Now, these people are scholars. They've been studying at university. And you can see the word school or almost, you can almost see the word school in the word scholar. Here are some example sentences. The library attracts thousands of scholars and researchers. He is an influential Islamic scholar. Classical Athens was famous for its great scholars Plato and Socrates. And some typical collocations, an influential scholar, a leading scholar. And a verb here, scholars study. They study things, and we talk about also scholarly work. Scholarly is an adjective from the word scholar. Scholarly work, scholarly research. And scholars is the plural of the noun, and scholarly is the adjective. Some synonyms, student and pupil, are the ones most commonly used today. Researcher. Sometimes words like expert or academic or even specialist. Your next word is literate. Literate. Someone who is literate can read and write, but it's often used more generally to refer to a well-educated person, a literate person. But here's a girl, she can read, she can write, she's literate. And at the start of the word, liter, this actually suggests someone who is well-educated, someone who is learned. And it's often used with books, as we'll see later, but you can see words like literature. Some example sentences. Well, 25% of the adult population are not fully literate. A literate population is vital for economic growth. He did not become literate until he was an adult. So he couldn't read and write until he was an adult. Typical collocations, a literate population, highly literate. But the opposite of that is barely literate. Barely. So if you don't have much literacy, you are barely literate. Financially literate. This one suggests expertise in a particular area. So if you're well educated, if you're an expert in finance and financial matters, you're financially literate. You could also be scientifically literate. And from the word literate comes the word literacy. So literate is an adjective, literacy is a noun. We talk also about a literacy rate in countries. You can have the word literature, which of course is another noun referring to books. And the opposite of literate is illiterate. Illiterate. Some synonyms for literate. The first one is actually pronounced, you might think it's pronounced learned, but that's how we pronounce the verb. When it's used as an adjective, we say learned, learned. We actually pronounce the ED ending completely, which is quite unusual in English. Learned. A learned person is very literate. Educated. Cultured. Knowledgeable. Well-informed. And a more unusual synonym is this one, lettered. A lettered person. That kind of means a very well-educated person who has lots of qualifications. They have lots of letters after their name, but it often is, occasionally used to denote an educated person. Your next word is vocational. Vocational. Vocational skills are skills needed to do a particular job, a specialised job. Vocational training is training to do a particular job, such as engineering or building. It's often used to talk about skills and training to do jobs with your hands, but it's also used more widely to talk about jobs that have particular skills. So it can apply to doctors, for example, but not always. The context in which the word vocational is used can change. Here are some example sentences. This course is designed to provide vocational training in engineering. Vocational courses are more likely to receive funding than arts courses. At the age of 18, I started attending vocational college. So we talk about vocational training, vocational skills, vocational qualifications, and a vocational course. And some synonyms for vocational: specialised, hands-on, possibly, hands-on qualifications, vocational qualifications for people that do work with their hands, and the word professional. Sometimes professional, like I said before with doctors, can mean the same thing as vocational, but sometimes they're actually used to mean completely different types of qualification. So there you might have a professional qualification for a doctor, but a vocational qualification for a builder. Your next word is apprentice. Apprentice. An apprentice is someone who is learning a particular job or profession with the help of a more experienced worker, an expert at that particular job. So an apprentice often learns how to do a job by doing the job alongside, next to, the experienced worker, the expert. You may have heard of a TV program in Britain, also the United States and other countries, called The Apprentice. And in The Apprentice TV program, lots of young people try to become successful entrepreneurs. And in the centre of that group are the three experts. They're the three successful entrepreneurs, and all the apprentices want to learn some skills for becoming an entrepreneur from those three experts. Some example sentences. She's an apprentice to an experienced engineer. The government is planning to fund more apprenticeships. He started work as an apprentice for Rolls-Royce. And some collocations: apprentice to, young apprentice, become an apprentice, work as an apprentice. And there's the plural of apprentices, but you can also use the word apprentice as a verb and also as an adjective. So we talk about being apprenticed to. I was apprenticed to. And some synonyms for apprentice: pupil is a more old-fashioned word, or novice. We talk about a novice and an expert sometimes. And your final word is pedagogy. Pedagogy. Some people pronounce it pedagogy. Both are correct. According to my dictionary, pedagogy, pedagogy. But the G's are pronounced differently. The first G is hard, G. The second G is soft, J. Pedagogy. The prefix ped means child. This actually comes from a Greek word, pedagogy. A pedagogue in ancient Greece was someone who taught boys the skills of reading and writing and thinking. Our pedagogy emphasizes student-centered learning. Our pedagogical approach emphasizes student-centered learning. So there you have the word pedagogy used slightly differently. Basically means a teaching approach, how you approach your teaching in a school or a university. So you can talk about a school pedagogy, educational pedagogy, pedagogical approach, pedagogical methods. It's all about your teaching approach, your teaching methods. And the plural of pedagogy is pedagogies. And the adjective as well, you've seen in those example sentences, pedagogical. Some synonyms for pedagogy: teaching methods, teaching approach, educational techniques. So, there are your 7 education words: curriculum, syllabus, scholar, literate, vocational, apprentice, and pedagogy. Welcome to the lecture on art vocabulary, and here are the 7 words that I'm going to take you through: aesthetic, depict, genre, icon, vivid, portrait, and sculpture. So here's the first word: aesthetic. Aesthetic. Note the spelling at the start, A and E together, aesthetic. An aesthetic thing looks good. It's pleasing to the eye. Not necessarily beautiful, but well put together, and people will look at it and they will appreciate it. Here's an aesthetic picture. To me, anyway. I think it's nicely put together. The colours go well together. To me, it's aesthetic. We chose this furniture for its aesthetic appeal. So the furniture looked nice. The bridge is aesthetically appealing. So the bridge actually looks nice. It's well designed. Monet's paintings are aesthetically pleasing. And some collocations for aesthetic: aesthetic quality, aesthetic value, aesthetically pleasing. This is the adverb use of aesthetic. Aesthetic appeal. And here's the adverb again: aesthetically. Aesthetically. And some synonyms for aesthetic: artistic, creative, pleasing, artful as well. And your next word is depict. Depict. Depict means to show something. If you depict someone or something, you show it in an artistic way, such as in a movie, or in a photograph, or in a painting. So here's a painting, and in this painting, this painting depicts a lighthouse by the sea, and some seagulls as well. So here's the word depict again, and you can see part of the word picture at the end of the word depict, so that helps you remember it. Depict. Here's some example sentences. The painting depicts the Battle of Waterloo. St. Nicholas is often depicted as Father Christmas. And the third sentence is a slightly more general version of the word depict. It's more like describe. The government tried to depict the protesters as violent, so the government didn't like the protesters. They told people they were violent. Another word for this use of depict is characterize. They characterize the protesters as violent. Some collocations we depict in: you depict somebody in a movie or in a picture. Depict as. You can depict a scene. You can depict life. Depict is a verb, so you can have depicts, depicting, depicted, and to turn depict into a noun, you say depiction, depiction. Note the different pronunciation there. Depiction. And some synonyms for depict: show, illustrate, characterize, again, is the more general meaning of the word, and describe as well is quite general. Portray, portray. and represent. Represent. Your next word is genre. Genre. Not genre. Genre. A genre is a particular type of art, or a particular type of music or literature, a particular type of movie, like science fiction movies. The word genre actually comes from the Latin word gens, which is a Latin word which means family. So it's where the word genetics comes from as well. So it's to do with families. So a family of movies, a family of art is a genre. Horror movies are a consistently popular genre. Not with me though, but lots of people like horror movies. The uniformity of Facebook games is probably a sign of the genre's infancy. Unlike other books in its genre, Unspeakable Things is markedly uninterested in converting its readers. Just comparing it to other books in its genre. You can have a literary genre, artistic genre. You can invent a genre if you're the first one to make it. If you come up with a genre, you invent it. If you spread a genre, you spawn it. You spawn a genre. That's another common collocation. So genre, it's a noun, of course, so you can have genres. And some synonyms for genre: type, kind, family, brand, style, and class. Your next word is icon. Icon. Not econ, but icon. An icon is a symbol. It can be an object or even a person, but it represents an idea. It symbolises an idea. It can be religious, that's where the word originally comes from, but also it can be non-religious. So for example, Elvis Presley was a cultural icon. He represented the rock and roll era. He symbolised the rock and roll era of the 1950s, so he's a cultural icon. The painting of Mary is a famous religious icon. David Beckham. I hope you know him. David Beckham is as much a fashion icon as a football player, although he doesn't play football now. This is an older sentence. J.K. Rowling is an icon for young female writers. She symbolises something to them, how you can be successful as a writer. Religious icon is a very common collocation, but so is cultural icon, sporting icon. Icon can turn into an adjective, so you could have iconic status. So David Beckham has iconic status. Elvis Presley has iconic status. So icon here is an icon, but the adjective is iconic. And some synonyms for icon: symbol, legend. There's a slightly different meaning, legend, but it could be used as a synonym. An idol as well. Elvis Presley was an idol. Your next word is vivid. Vivid. If you describe memories and descriptions of something as vivid, then they are very clear and detailed. Okay, so if you have a vivid memory, you can remember lots of details about it. Colours can be vivid as well, if they're bright and clear and stand out. And here's a frog. I think it's a frog. It's an amphibian of some sort anyway, and it has very vivid colours. It's a vividly coloured frog. His poems are full of vivid imagery, is one example sentence. Her paintings are characterised by vivid colours. To tell that story requires a vivid summary of day-to-day events. So it's a story where you have to have lots of details, day-to-day events, lots of details to make it vivid. Some typical collocations with vivid: vivid memory, vivid picture, vivid imagination. Children often have vivid imaginations. A vivid colour. So vivid. You can turn that into an adverb. Vividly. Vividly. And some synonyms for vivid: intense, powerful, detailed, brilliant, colourful, and memorable as well. Our next word is portrait. Portrait. A portrait simply is a painting or a photograph of a person, usually focusing on the face. So here's a portrait of a young girl, just focusing on the face. He was asked to paint a portrait of the Queen. A self-portrait is a painting that you make of yourself. And his biography provides a fascinating portrait of the 19th century politician Gladstone. Now here, the word portrait means more in the sense of description. Some typical collocations: portrait of. You can paint a portrait. You often find portraits in a portrait gallery. So an art gallery that has lots of portraits is a portrait gallery, and you can make a self-portrait. And it's a noun. You can turn it into portraits, of course. And some synonyms: painting. Representation is a more general use of the word. Depiction. Account. Characterization. And likeness. So our next word is sculpture. Sculpture. A sculpture is a work of art produced by shaping something out of substances, like metal or clay or stone or wood. Now it can show anything, it can be of anything. So for example, here is a sculpture of a boat in Reykjavik, in Iceland. But it can also be abstract. Here is an abstract sculpture in, I believe, New York. It doesn't really show anything in particular. Sculptures, though, can also be of people or animals, but we often, when we talk about sculptures of people, we talk about them as statues. So a statue is often of a person, but a sculpture can be of anything: people or boats or dogs or abstract things. So here are some example sentences. The park was full of sculptures of animals and people. The museum contains a collection of ancient Greek sculptures. The college offers courses in sculpture and painting. You often carve a sculpture, unveil a sculpture. So when a sculpture is new, and for the first time you're going to show it to people, it's often covered in some cloth. And when you take off the cloth, you unveil it, you unveil the sculpture. You can make a sculpture. And when we're talking about the people who make sculptures, we say sculpture by. It was a sculpture by someone. So sculpture is a noun, of course. So you can turn it into a plural noun with S on the end. But it's also a verb, to sculpture something. So you can say sculpturing, sculptured. The person who makes a sculpture is known as a sculptor. Sculptor. And some synonyms for sculpture: carve, form, chisel. Chisel is something you often do with stone. You chisel a piece of stone into a sculpture. You can fashion something, often with your hands. And you can often shape things with your hands too. Or you can model something. You can model a sculpture. So there are your 7 art words: aesthetic, depict, genre, icon, vivid, portrait, and sculpture. So welcome to the economics lecture. And here are the 7 words that I'm going to take you through. Boom, slump, GDP, deficit, surplus, macroeconomic, and microeconomic. So the first word we're going to look at is boom. Boom. If there is a boom in the economy, there is a big increase, a rapid increase in the growth of the economy. Maybe people are buying more things in the shops, or there are more jobs, but the economy is expanding rapidly. So, for example, there was an economic boom in China during the 1990s. The real estate market was booming. Government policy saw a cycle of boom and bust. Boom and bust are opposite. So a boom is when the economy is growing rapidly. Bust is when it's not growing. It's either stagnated or it's declining. So boom and bust often go together. So sometimes governments, they make the economy expand really fast, but those policies then lead to a bust. We often talk about the boom years. The boom years, years when there was rapid economic expansion. The baby boom. The baby boom is when lots of babies are born in a short period of time. So at the end of the Second World War, when the war was over and all the soldiers went home to their wives, there was a baby boom because the soldiers and the wives made lots of babies. And we often talk about an economic boom as well. Now, boom here, economic boom, is really a noun, but of course you can use it as an adjective, booming, as a verb boomed as well. And here are some synonyms for boom. So expansion, growth, soar, spurt, upsurge, upturn. And remember the opposite of boom, the antonym of boom, is bust. And another word that's very similar to bust is the word slump. This is also the opposite of boom. It means the same thing as bust. It's when there's a decrease in economic growth or stagnation. So when there is no growth, it's flat, there are fewer jobs, people spend less money. So the collapse in the banking sector led to an economic slump. This was in 2008. Net profit slumped by 41%. There was a significant slump in the housing market, so maybe housing prices started to fall. So we talk about an economic slump, a sales slump, a housing slump. We often talk about a slump in something. So a slump in the economy, a slump in sales, a slump in housing. Some synonyms for slump. Bust, of course, bust. Decline, decrease, downturn, recession. A recession is when a country's economy doesn't grow for 3 quarters of the year. And when a recession is really bad and when there is no growth for years, we talk about a depression. So a depression is worse than a recession. A recession is pretty bad. One way we look at where we measure whether a country is in a recession is through the GDP of a country. The GDP. And GDP stands for Gross Domestic Product. Now, a country's GDP It's an indicator. It shows how productive a country is. So the GDP measures the total value of goods and services produced in a country in 1 year. It's often used to compare the wealth of countries and also to compare the wealth of the average person in each country. So, for example, we say things like the GDP per capita of Poland is $13,500. Capita means head. So, in other words, the GDP per capita means the GDP per person of Poland. And you calculate that, you take the GDP of Poland and divide it by the number of people in the country, and it shows you how much wealth each person has. 8.4% of Thailand's GDP comes from agriculture. South Korea's GDP increased by 3% in 2013. So a typical collocation then is GDP per capita, also annual GDP, increase in GDP and decline in GDP. Now GDP is a very specialised phrase, so there's no synonyms here, although you could use the word wealth. So the country's wealth is its GDP. Your next word is surplus. Surplus. A surplus is extra resources or extra money greater than what you actually need. So a country with an economic surplus has more money coming in from things like taxes than what it's spending. So it's got lots of spare money, extra resources. The government's policies created a large surplus. So maybe it cut spending or increased taxes. An increase in tax revenues generated a budget surplus. Now the last sentence here shows that the word surplus can mean more than just money. So the eminent professor has a surplus of knowledge and wisdom. He's got more knowledge and more wisdom than he can use. He's very clever. It's a good thing. So he's very wise, very knowledgeable. Some typical collocations are budget surplus, economic surplus, an increasing surplus, a decreasing surplus. And some synonyms for surplus are excess, leftover, unused. Our next word is the opposite of a surplus, a deficit. A deficit is when you don't have enough resources, when you don't have enough money for what you need. So a country with an economic deficit spends more money than it gets in from things like taxes. It spends more money than it has. They're finally ready to cut the budget deficit next year. Politicians talk a lot about trying to cut the budget deficit. The Greek government ran a budget deficit of 3 billion euros last year. So it spent 3 billion euros more than it took in from things like taxes. There is a balance of payment deficit. Now that means that your country has more goods and products coming into the country, more imports than exports. We talk about deficit reduction, reduce the deficit, a budget deficit, but also we can use the word deficit more generally. So here's an example of something that some children have in school when they don't have enough attention, when they can't concentrate in class. They have attention deficit disorder. They don't have enough attention. They can't listen to the teacher. They mess around in the classroom. They can't concentrate. Attention deficit disorder, or ADD is often called as well. ADD. So deficit, some synonyms for deficit: shortfall, Lack, so you have a lack of attention, a lack of money. Arrears, shortage. 2 more words. Macroeconomic is the next one. This is the penultimate word. Macroeconomic. Macroeconomics is a branch of economics and economic study that is concerned with the big stuff, the big major general features of a country's economy, such as the level of inflation, unemployment, or bank interest rates as well. Macroeconomic. The word macro simply means big things, so it's kind of like big economics, macroeconomic. Greater macroeconomic stability is a major aim of government policy. Macroeconomic policy failed to establish a stable rate of low inflation. Macroeconomic data suggests that there will not be enough young people entering the workforce in the next 10 years. And some collocations, macroeconomic policies, macroeconomic management, macroeconomic stability, macroeconomic conditions. And macroeconomic is an adjective, but you can turn it into a noun simply by adding the S. So the study of macroeconomic issues is called macroeconomics. It's a very specialised term, so there are no synonyms for macroeconomic. And the final word in this lecture is microeconomic. Microeconomic. So microeconomics is a branch of economics that is concerned with the small, individual features of a country's economy, such as the workings of a particular company or a particular market, or even just looking at a single product in a market. Microeconomic. And again, the prefix micro, that means small, so it's the small economic. The microeconomics module of the economics course is always popular with students. It's a very interesting part of economics to study. Microeconomics is concerned with the efficient supply of particular products. His study into the success of the iPhone was a model example of microeconomic research. So it's the study here of one product. So we can talk about microeconomic policies, microeconomic management, theory, reform. And again, like macroeconomic, you can turn it into a noun by adding an S. And again, no synonyms for microeconomics, because it's a very specialised word. So here are your 7 economics words then. Boom, slump, GDP, deficit, surplus, macroeconomic, microeconomic.
In this lecture, we're going to be looking at vocabulary connected with thought processes. And here are the 7 words: anticipate, appreciate, comprehend, conceive, envisage, infer, recall. So anticipate. Anticipate. If you anticipate an event, you think about it in advance that it's going to happen and you're ready for it or you're excited about it. So, for example, this man is anticipating life in a new country. He's about to arrive. He's getting quite excited. He's getting ready to start his new life. So anticipate. Ante means before. It's from the Latin word ante. So for example, banks anticipate further rate cuts over the next 3 months. I anticipate rain. So I anticipated rain, so I took an umbrella. Police anticipate that rivalry between drug gangs will lead to war. And some collocations, you anticipate a decline or a slowdown or a rise. Things can be widely anticipated as well, widely anticipated. Some forms for the verb: anticipates, anticipating, anticipated. And then the noun form is anticipation. So anticipate, anticipation. And some synonyms: expect, predict, forecast, foresee, foresee. You can wait for and await. Wait for and await mean the same thing. Here's the next word: appreciate, appreciate. If you appreciate a situation, then you understand it or you know what it involves. And if it's a good thing, it can also mean that you're thankful for it. So you can appreciate the beauty of nature, the calm, the tranquility of nature. You understand how important it is, and you can be thankful for it as well. So, for example, many governments don't appreciate the importance of free speech. It is essential to appreciate the side effects of using antibiotics. This next sentence, I greatly appreciate your help, is more of a formal way of thanking someone. You're saying that you really liked, you're thankful for their help. So you can appreciate the importance or the seriousness of things. You can much appreciate. So I much appreciated your help. You can fully appreciate. When you fully understand a situation, then you fully appreciate it. So some verbs that for different forms: appreciates, appreciating, appreciated. And the noun form is appreciation, appreciation. So an appreciation of a situation is an understanding of that situation. So somebody might have a strong appreciation of the importance of football, for example. Some synonyms: understand, recognize, acknowledge. Comprehend, comprehend. So comprehend means understand, but we often use this word when we actually don't understand something, when we don't comprehend, we can't comprehend something. Not always, but it's quite a common use. So this woman here, she can't comprehend something. She doesn't understand it. So, for example, he can't comprehend the implications of the new policy. Patients may not have enough information to comprehend their illness. And the third sentence is a more positive use of comprehend. We fully comprehend the seriousness of the situation. So it's a more formal use of understand. So you can fully comprehend, or at the other extreme, scarcely comprehend. You can comprehend the importance of something and the implications of something. So some verb forms: comprehends, comprehending, comprehended. And the noun form is comprehension, comprehension. You often do reading comprehensions in tests to show how much you understand. And some synonyms: understand, of course, grasp, appreciate as well can be a synonym, and realise, realise. Conceive, conceive. Conceive means you think about or you imagine something. And again, it's often used with not and can't, but not always. It's often used, for example, when you come up with an idea. You come up with a good idea, you conceive an idea. So, for example, the government was unable to conceive the idea that they were wrong. J.K. Rowling conceived the idea of Harry Potter when she was on a train. She cannot conceive of herself being anything else but a doctor. And some common collocations: you conceive of something, or you conceive that something. You can't conceive of something, and you can conceive an idea. So the verb forms: conceives, conceiving, conceived, and conception is the noun form, conception. And some synonyms: believe, perceive, realise, accept, and the next two, come up with and create, are more about conceiving ideas. You come up with or you create ideas. Envisage, envisage. If you envisage something, then you imagine it, but you imagine it's true or real or likely to happen in the future. So this woman here, she's envisaging something for the future. Envisage. Vis in the middle, from vision. So if you envision, if you envisage something, then you make or you put into your head, in your head, a vision of something, of a thing. For example, he envisages a better future for the country. The peace plan envisaged the creation of an independent Palestinian state. I cannot envisage a stronger EU, European Union, without making it more democratic. So you envisage the creation of something. You envisage the possibility. You can originally envisage. So when you envisage something at the start, you originally envisage it. You can previously envisage something. So envisages, envisaging, envisaged are the verb forms. No noun form for this word. But some synonyms. Envision. Envision, envisage, envision, very similar verbs, often used, often swapped in use. So envision, envisioned, envisioning, imagine, consider, see, visualize, and picture. Infer, infer. If you infer something, then you work out that something is true, often with incomplete information. You've got to read between the lines to understand something completely. You often have to infer information in a text, and detectives often have to infer information if they don't have enough evidence. So you infer things from an incomplete picture. So, for example, I inferred from what she said that you have not been well. So she didn't say this person is not well. She maybe said, oh, she didn't look very nice. She didn't look well. She looked pale. She was in bed all day yesterday. So you infer that she's not well. Astronomers can infer the mass of a star by its movement. So they don't weigh the star, but they can work it out from some other evidence. We can infer from his behaviour that he does not like you. So you infer the meaning and the existence of something. You can infer from something. You can reasonably infer something as well. If you're fairly close to the facts, you can reasonably infer the facts. So infers is one verb form. Inferring, note the second R you've got to put in, and the same for inferred. And the noun form is inference. Inference. So infer, inference for the noun. And some synonyms: deduce, conclude, assume, speculate, guess, and reckon. Reckon is an informal form of guess or speculate. Recall. Recall. When you recall something, you remember it. You call it back into your mind. So this man here was recalling D-Day, I think, in World War II. He's an old soldier. He's recalling the war. So recall. Call again. You call something back into your mind. You remember it. So, for example, I suddenly recalled where I left my phone. People often recall with sadness how life used to be simpler. And now the third sentence here is using recall as a noun, and we say recall. Recall. So her recall of detail is amazing. She's got a very good memory. Her recall. So you can use it as a noun. But the stress in the word moves to the front. Here's the verb collocations. Recall a conversation. You can recall something with happiness or sadness. But if you're doing it with happiness, you can fondly recall something. You can correctly recall. You correctly recall details. And some verb forms. Recalls, recalling, recalled. Now I said one noun form is recall, but you can also have recollection. Recollection. So my recollection was correct. And some synonyms: remember, remind, think of. And so there are your 7 words for thought processes: anticipate, appreciate, comprehend, conceive, envisage, infer, recall.